Okay, I'm back at, I can find the sunglasses site. It's not on the laptop, it's on the other computers. I need a computer monitor for. They're still just in progress. It's 10 p.m. and I want to go to bed, but I'm not going to be able to. So I don't know what to do. They're still not arrested. My house is tidied up. I'm probably gonna. I even managed. I got everything out of the garage. I mean, it's really organized in here. I should take pictures for the next check-in. I'm gonna do callbacks tomorrow, all day tomorrow. I'm probably, it's just this thing, it's absolutely hideous. You have no idea. Um, I even got the car into the garage because the garage is so clean. So now it's not like there's been lots of thunderstorms and heat and everything else. And who knows? It's vandals of some sort of crazy people. So that's a good thing. I'm sure that I was going to buy glasses on the site. It must be on the computer. So, but I'll have a computer monitor before too long. I'm sure I can find one somewhere at a Goodwill. Maybe I can take a fun day trip to do something and call ahead and see if the Goodwill has it. So, but please get these monsters into custody now for the love of God. It's bedtime. I'm just turning off the coffee in this horrible car. Get it off of me and get these freaks into custody already. Please, for the love of God. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go to bed. Anyway, get off me with that thing. It feels like it's lethal, okay? Get it off of me and away from me. No, I got my car into the garage and everything is cleaned up. And there's like nothing that isn't. I mean, I moved in, it's unpacked and closets are organized, all my stuff, I know where everything is. My nice expensive things. My things are expensive enough. Get these men into custody now. Get them into custody now. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning and you're sexually assaulting children as badly as possible now. You need to get them out of my house. No, Huda. Get these white trash out of my house. And I'm breaking every law possible instead.
No. Get these men into custody now.
these men into custody now out of the Meadows, out of the police station, and out of the houses in McGregor. Again. And now, the thing is sexually assaulting the living shit out of me all the time. You disgusting white trash. They have to. It's the law.
Why are these beasts still at large?
Meadow was allowed in a police station at Cary's, correct? And that is what that animal, the incredible film of what Meadow did in 2017. He said he didn't want to report it anymore. Oh yes, sir, and Meadow's gonna follow the lady out. He knew what he was doing, and so did the rest of those beasts. The lowest man ever brought into a community. John Wayne, the animal king. What did you do in Cary to this poor person's life? Because a man got convicted. There has never been such a thing as this. Okay, Nifon is correct, and you're going to have to resign right now. You have to be taken to prison. Out of his disgusting, the uniform, the animal committed these crimes, Anna. They don't want to. So you need your Cary police station and the court system taken into custody because the beast raped and gang raped you 24/7, sexually abused you, kidnapped you, beat, robbed. Who the hell is Sarah Whitaker Howard? Detective Tony, the dirtiest dump truck driver to ever exist. John Wayne, the bestial pig, gang rape, ghetto, in Cary. They committed the incredible, hideous acts of crime that the lowest animal ever born as to men and monsters brought into communities. And would you please get him out of the Casper's house? No, they don't. I would never turn that up in the house. How many times did I call about this? The defamation of gang, bang, the beast pig, the animal construction worker, John Wayne, the beast ghetto and little, and the lowest man to ever, the lowest lifetime of absolute horror because of the incredible film of your employees. I bet, and that could be mental health because the lowest men ever born, the sewer swastika of the most disgusting criminal animals. The WRAL's gonna have to cover it now because these men still have code access passwords or something to Lockmere. And this is these men. And they don't get that there. The Wake County Prosecutor's Office has to be put in prison. The men who worked on my case, these men have to be arrested. What happened to what we read in WRAL or the News and Observer? Well, they won't enforce this. You are going to have to get Ghetto and Netto into custody now. The carjacking factor is a problem. The house fire, I told you can't open that case. The incredible crimes committed by your incredibly low class, incredibly offending, lowest class and criminal class employees. Apparently they and all the 40,000 people on the phone, according to you, would come out as some kind of child sexual assault survivor of you, that thing that who hangs out on the satellite attached to the cable box or something at their house. And by the school system employee, in both of which would have been ghetto, gang rape, and netto. And the Wake County court system in Huda Mansuri Duda logic. You need to get ghetto, gang rape, and netto into custody. The car thing, well, you still were left. It was a completely wrongful interaction. No man a group of men have ever been more at fault or more, with malice and intent after the years of the incredible crime of reporting to gang rape ghetto the beast, John Wayne the animal, gang rape ghetto and netto in the Wake County prosecutor's office. You're going to get kicked out of your hotel room now because bull was ripping, wanting the airline, and the Wake County slithering, child rapist, Robert, the lowest class schizophrenic bar for the beast incarnate out of UNC law of white church to ever congregate. The incredible filth of the lowest men to ever congregate. Animals so hideously low. No, again. Instead, they're going to support John Wayne, the beast, Detective Tony, the dump truck, the dirtiest handcuffing squad to ever exist. The lowest man down, law enforcement, the bouncer, the dirtiest monster to disrespect cop gang pride, the filthiest rapist, robber, home invader, and monster. The North Carolina police are done stationed on them. And the sheriff's gang rape, pedophile, home invasion. I'm just going to say mental health. The lowest man ever born. The lowest class criminal animals. The lowest white trash to ever earn life in prison after 10 years of the most hideous sexual abuse and crime and kidnapping animals have ever engaged in. The incredible filth of the monsters Tony gangbang ghetto and netto brought into the community of Lockmere and McGregor. Because the lowest man and group of men to ever sexually abuse, sexually assault. He said he didn't know what that was with that attitude against schizophrenic freak show. He had to say no to why is he interacting with Miss Casper at 4 o'clock in the morning again there? Ghetto gang rape on netto. The most disgusting rapist, gang rapist, and home invader. The gang rape ghetto beast of Cary. John Wayne the animal, gang rape white trash, Casey, loose on a suburban wealthy community that would otherwise have nothing to do with the dirtiest rapist, robber, home invasion, ghetto gang rape, the animal and now the lowest men to ever congregate, the sheriff's department of Wake County, the most evil men every single ever born. Because gang rape Casey, he made in his large community, where the dirtiest liar, he manipulates and lies like a 4th grader. The most disgusting display of crime animals ever engaged in because they didn't want it in their community, my dear. Here comes slithering, the most this mentally retarded level of sophistication on both of them. The incredible freak show of Una, you realize you do live in the UNC law department. Well, they didn't want to. You did that the first time. You do not extradite people back to Colorado in that they could extradite going back to Colorado. Okay, that's why he says that. It says they could even extradite a woman. He offers content. I don't know. Really? Yeah. Oh, it's like a slap in the face. And shit crusted swastika of the North Carolina Sheriff's Department uniform. He walks in. I am a lord. I would defend this a little. The sewer of the bestial swastika of the animal. It's slithering, shit-covered swastika of a beast of a mouth. And fetus dangling out of it. Swastika of the Lord. Rapist, gang rapist and robber. The North Carolina Sheriff's Department. Swastika of the illusion mask of its uniform. The uniform that John Wayne Gacy, the beast, gang rapist, pedophile, committed its crimes out. Well, that could be malice, my dear. That's why he shredding, kind of raping the sewer of the mouth. Well, this is a new regime for the incredible filth of the lowest beast ever born. The state gang rape. Who is also allowed in the Aliante gated community golf course. Yes, and the vicious predator is slithering sewer and bulbous bludgeoning dip, the dirtiest rapist robber. It actually belongs to the Houdahead, the most disgusting animal to ever exist. He dared his slithering, shit-covered animal stinking mouth, the mouth of the lowest crimes ever committed, as to rape, gang rape, and sexual abuse. These swastikas, the lowest animals of uniform ever to commit crime, committed their incredible bestial crimes out of. I can't let the dirtiest man ever speak, but you don't understand the incredible a man's world professionalism of the lowest a country could ever sink as to illegal infrastructure. Well, that's why he didn't know he's going to get infiltrated and combated as a mentally retarded sewer pig child coin. The dirtiest man in the world, the lowest mentally retarded monster to ever speak. They would get combated with the lowest monster, and we would support this a little bit out of Huda, the media sewer hit relations guy. The lowest man ever born, the swastika of the sewer of its body. Okay, get it on You need to get it on the News and Observer now that there are men gang raping women and children 24/7. You chose not to cover it. The man was, well, it's about law enforcement, cop pride. The lowest thing to allow monsters in a gated community. No, you lay off the North Carolina. I'm allowed well, that I would say stuff like that. I'm allowed in the gate. You're allowed in the alley of the golf course. Just give him the royal wave, Huda, because this belongs to Huda the Great, the lowest it to ever exist. These men have to resign, every one of them, for the amount of sexual assault and rape these men have committed, and sexual abuse, kidnapping, crime, car theft, the incredible rape of the children in the background going on here. Every animal one of these men has to resign and be put in prison for every act of sexual assault and crime these men have committed due to the incredible, heinous, and aggravated nature of the device this beast is using. Now, I am in that much allowed in these communities. These communities belong to a Huda. Well, why wouldn't they? Huda, your absolute lowest white trash entitlement. You're in UNC Law School, it's correct, on hit. No. The incredible audacity of the idiot on both of them. Of the mentally handicapped man. Huda has to respect anything right now I don't know what Lamprey is correct or something. Like, he does not have a brain on that man. It was so incredibly criminal and low. I don't know what you have running around in Cary as law enforcement right now, but you have got to get them into custody for the 10 years of sexual abuse of myself prior to their conspiring to let me to drive away because the other guy wants to steal the car and then forcing me to drive away practically. Oh, you were forced? Oh, there we roll our eyes at that. Like, Penis is dangling out of you. Animal! The incredible lotus of the construction group. We're going to support the nettle a little bit. Yes or no? It could be, you do not call the gang rape victim Rodney King. The day and night sexual abuse stalking was what to those men in this wealthy community? You should have taken more pictures of Lockmere. It's even more expensive. You can't afford to live there. That you would welfare. Huda is allowed in the cars at the Aliante golf course. I've seen it. Yeah. He's allowed in there. His vicious, predatory, pure body. The absolute schizophrenic white trash. The vicious, incredibly never take no for an answer. The most evil sexual abuser and domestic abuser. The swastika of the American state. Because a slaughtering monster. Huda, I told you, gang raper, that would detect the patients. Don't go in there. Ever born. The lowest rapist in the history of rape. The lowest pedophiles in the history of pedophilia. I don't know either because I won't let them do their job. Think of the lives. Think of the minds I wasted here. In the case of vicious Huda, I'm sure that's not true. The most evil idiot ever born. Huda, I think you need to get that. Well, maybe they didn't like your criticizing of our pedophiles. To say that we would employ pedophiles and bring absolute lowest class white trash into wealthy or affluent or normal or nice middle class days. High functioning enfranchised days. I'm sorry, we're saying pedophile was a state employee and it was just a rapist and a pedophile. The same as this. Both of them. Would you get these freaks into custody? Get these freaks into custody now and out of my house. Get this insanity out of my house. You don't have a house. You're displaying mental health in all of this. Get these men out of my house now. I don't know what to do. Get him into custody now. What are you talking about? You could have been extradited back to Colorado. I pepper sprayed a guy that was wanted for touching 3-year-old genitals or something weird once. He did something where I was supposed to have pepper sprayed at the same time my ex-boyfriend in Colorado, in Longmont or something. But when you look, it's like a 45-year-old construction worker and his wife that lived in my apartment in Longmont area, not Pueblo, because I had to Pueblo this pepper spray the guy in Pueblo. And then I was up at actually my boyfriend's apartment and so he said, does it say I pepper sprayed 2 men? Because I had to pepper spray a man in Colorado, in Pueblo, in Colorado Springs area. It turned out was wanted for child fondling. Supposedly in a mad pepper spree or something, but it's 2 people that are because this came out in court again because he does this, and I'm in Colorado. They put this out in Arkansas, and it's actually a married couple who are 47 when I would have been 23. Who the man tried to cut the woman's tires with a knife and it's at the wrong time. It's 2 months later. Than it should be or something, but he rearranged it and then colored on it. But 2 45-year-olds that were married, one was trying to cut the one's tires with a knife and then she pepper sprayed. Well, that could be another pepper spray. Oh, and then the charges, because the guy was a child fondler that was wanted, were dropped. And I didn't know the man was a sexual assailant. I got away from him because I pepper sprayed my ring. And then they want to know why there's so he glued together a police report and stuck it to me. Yeah. But I'm in Colorado for the whole thing. Well, that could be a slight crazy. It has nothing to do with we're trying to figure out who you pepper sprayed, and that's a 46-year-old welder that lived in the apartment complex with his wife or something also. Is that bad? No, I mean, I'm not sure they're married. I think they're just he added it to it because it said there might be people cutting tires with a knife in the Crescent Hotel parking lot. Really? So he had a man cutting tires. You can tell. It's really strange. Can you get out of this? No, I will never do that. Well, that's how great these people that actually build all the houses you see. And you little girl, Terrell, didn't do anything around here your entire life. Who did this to you? The incredible amount of stalking and the incredible predators and the incredible viciously motivated predator behavior 24/7, because I didn't remove this from Locklear and McGregor. You didn't want to, I guess. Out of gang rape ghetto, the beast John Wayne, the animal gang rape Gacy, Cary Police Station. You technically have to change all your swastikas of uniform because of the amount of crime Wild Bills from the Green Mile over there committed with your uniform, with you in it. That's the law. That goes for all seals of office in Raleigh and Arkansas. Because the men that you are the highest accomplice and accessory to all these years have been raping children all these years. Really. Because of the incredible highest criminal acts. Do you understand? Do you understand anything about America's concept of whatever? Well, I want to talk about hood club attitudes towards stuff. That's why they would watch these Eminem videos. The rock videos have been on the TV forever. Okay? That is not Thank you. I don't need your speech about, predatory idiocy. You need to get these absolute schizoid effective, mentally retarded, hood white trash out of communities. No, you cannot bring the extremely predatory day of the Huda in everywhere. Huda, get off my genital area with that thing. That is correct. They have to change the Arkansas Sheriff's Department uniform now. All of them. Because he is raping a child in the background right now, he is sexually assaulting to death children. He probably just turns it on a subtler setting and is molesting, massaging little kids' genitals on a cop scanner that he says, he literally can watch the genital area on whatever kind of scanner he has. It's like an airport scanner, and he can see it do things, which is really interesting to him. Okay, so you can see your butt pass gas, even if it doesn't make any sound. I mean, I hate to say your butt did just pass gas. And it didn't make any sound. It is the most hideous thing. You have to be put in prison for the rest of your lives for the crimes against the Cary community out of which you brought these monsters into the communities. It's time to get your sexual assault device. They need someone from the FBI besides Detective Payne. Is correct. Detective Cody Huda with him. Would you please get this out of the houses right now? Ms. Casper's innocent if that evidence is created, which it is. That would have been 20 years ago, practically, Huda. Well, the Sarah Whitaker Howard thing, Huda. The Sarah Whitaker Howard thing is why Tony Addo has to go to serve time in prison. That's a problem also. What if you had caught? It's been another 5 years, Tony Addo. The psychotic schizophrenic thing just eating lives. Because Huda has to stalk and scream 24/7. Huda, he has the woman hostage again. He's had the woman hostage the entire time. You have got to get this freak show out of the houses in Lockmere still, he said. Now he's saying that Detective Payne, because Tony saw that they used those there, he's going to use them too. Instead of apprehending the monster in the corner over there sexually assaulting children, literally, Detective Payne and Tony at the Cary Wake County Police Station decide they're going to use this stuff here also. Because they wanted to censor a Tony when you put a mentally retarded child's intellect in a beast body. You're doing what to defend your incredibly hideous behavior? Where is any functioning legal system or infrastructure in relation to the police department? They do have to get into wherever these men are, is correct also. That's me masturbating one of those things I always say. Because I'm so great. Because John Wooden, Feast Pig, get over the animal on Meadows! The incredible white trash! They want them just absolute kibosh put on this. You do not hire a bunch of corrections workers who are criminals now, that are cool guys, that are retards a little, but that's okay. That they can be punkarellas down here. Okay? You're out of everything. They would like to say they're out of everything, but they're not out of it. But the cool guys, Ken's a cool guy, the retard man. Okay, there is no such thing as gangs of mentally retarded punkarelli. Construction workers, ghetto and nittos. The elements that this freight brought in out of a northeastern truck depot, crack hood security office is what Tony Addo wants to say next. The man committed incredibly hideous acts of sexual abuse of women. He cased the neighborhoods. He's a mentally retarded corrections worker on that one. This thing where you have this bad attitude and element, yeah, I don't care about you. The incredible amounts of hideous crime your men committed. I would almost believe that you just came to my house. What on earth were you doing at the Apex Extended Stay Hotel with all that? You knew the case enough. I need these new recruits out of our police stations in the last 15 years. Miss Casper doesn't have enough of a chance. She just turns in this evidence. You were told to go get the Caspers their evidence instead in their wealthy community, not due to whatever this is on the phone tells you to do. Apparently you're bizarrely aggressive and combative and low class and behavior was so incredibly detrimental to the community. It is now because you're sitting and telling people calling on the phone out of Florida that they or something. You caused every rape that happened in North Las Vegas once these men got the sexual assault device. You caused every rape in Arkansas, I don't care. I'm not the responsible party for all of this. Oh, don't use that for that little girly twirly. Gang rape, ghetto, and netto, and Huda, the slithering swastika of pedophilia. I'm allowed in the gated. That's correct too, Huda. It's not like it's the only nice area or something. It's not the only nice. You're turning into the Aliante golf course and casino area as a child because we're in Las Vegas. Yeah. Well, that is what Boca Raton. That's a very urbane place. You would tell them stories in that. You have to just sit because you waved your pocket knife at 2 crack junkies or meth and heroin dealers. You did absolutely nothing at all. And you're Huda's gonna dirty ding dong that. I agree. Because Smitty, the corrections worker, is gonna override UNC Law School. No. And when Smitty, the corrections worker, do that there. Huda, what would possess you to frame Miss Casper as 1,500, like 15,000 people were on the phone with you? He said it's been an extremely public case. This one, because she alerted the authorities that you were retaliating for you reporting to all of WRAL at the news station's entire staff. We said not to do that, Dick. So you came to the house and then you came back to the house at 3 o'clock in the morning. In direct correlation, holding the pamphlet she sent to you again. And you called the respectable man reported that. No, not sexual assault by crimes. And then came back at 3 o'clock in the morning when she wouldn't open your door. The door. Well, my filibuster is like that. We felt that the nettles were correct when the detective paid to do that and did. Apparently, we're under the rule of the terrible detective Pate. Again. That's the dirtiest dumpster driver I've ever seen. His face does actually look like why you don't want to do from earlier today. He's going to say that. Why you don't want to drink because it gives you jaundice. Or get attached to the plant life that for some reason is chemically attacked as sticky, quite, as opposed to be a healthy, wake up in the world with no chemicals in your body, in your body. I don't know what that thing looks like. It's like, well, that would happen to you, like, if you didn't wear makeup. I'm not a man, but yeah, it looks like it looks like it drinks or something. It's jaundice, like it drinks and it's puffy. That is the dirtiest man I've ever seen, so is all the rest of us. What would possess you if 15,000 people are on the phone? Well, he's tired of that. To then follow me out on Halloween
and write down that I assaulted Sarah Whitaker Howard. When all you were doing was not arresting or resisting arrest, because you just said no thank you and tried to walk away. Well, what is this? Huda needs to know this because this is his court in Carroll County. He needs to know what all this stuff is. Everybody knows what it is because they watched the entire thing, and you're lying again, Huda. Kind of. I think she just woke up on her own. It's not comfortable to sleep on the floor unless you're exhausted. This could be the fits and the tantrums. Well, what is Miss Casper getting extradited for? She hadn't missed any probation office visits. She's allowed to send it out to everyone, especially if her evidence is actually falsified and she's a victim of a crime, which it is. So what did you do to me? She's just sitting in the car in there and that. He comes flying over. She doesn't need to go into a mental health evaluation right then. You went completely insane for no reason on the absolutely passive victim, just sitting there. There's nothing she can do. A 23-year-old police employee who was told to follow you around with some guy. There's something weird who you had no interaction with whatsoever, and they were using the cell phone stalking device that these men had been reported as sexually abusing you with and stalking them. Well, I do that in there also. I'm not sure. So you watch me watch Guns N' Roses use your illusion 1 and 2. Why watch that there? I'm not sure. I thought it was interesting. The videos that were on the TV were in 1993 or earlier. It was on cassette tape. Like most of the videos from television were interesting. Well, yeah, there's nothing. You sure send it out a lot against this man who's a law enforcement employee, even we think. Okay? Because ghetto and ghetto was allowed in there. And I don't know what this new generation of beasts is. You knew her generation. It's been established and it destroyed your life again, according to her and everyone else. If it didn't, it's not like it didn't get reported enough. I wanted to take that person at 3 a.m. in the morning and carry. Really? So I reported it to every single person on planet Earth. You came back at 3 o'clock in the morning for no reason. Everybody was there for it again, it says. No, and then it will never stand down with the UNC law department. He's allowed in there. Because the Huda, it was allowed in the Aliante golf course community. The incredible predatory motivation. It's more suburban than that in Boca. They're just near the Armonk, New York, usually maybe you were, Armonk, New York, IBM hub. Yes, which is still down there even. They don't want to live into Research Triangle Park. We can get people of our own, because look at the price bracket in San Diego, okay? You don't pay. Who does live in Cary? The wealthy people that actually live in North Carolina. It's just a golf course community. But it's very affluent compared to you. Well, why don't you get a husband out of there? I'm not sure. She has tattoos. Or more. Miss Kathy is more their type. None of your business, Huda. I'll say it's a lot of older people, almost these days. I don't know. I'm going to touch your crotch. They don't like the likes of you in this community. Huda, the incredible amounts of crime you committed on the Gary Greenway out back, day and night with that thing. Well, that's why I don't want a person in the community.
So I sided with these men in neighborhoods where I endangered the community and still am more hideously. That is quite the predator on that thing. You should worry about your own stuff. They always do that at me. No, Marcy the Mouth, well, they're interacting with me. They would call me stuff like that in that. Still, by reporting me. Luda, you're still in the living room in Cary, which you've been the entire time. They're going to get the neighborhood pornographer into custody. Apparently he was allowed in a community in, Lockmere again, in your life. And the most, well, I know, well, sometimes he's being allowed, do you realize the tax bracket he ran around? Your parents live over by the Sumter Village, which is like, that they ran around in, no, but the tax bracket, the Toyota told him no to looking further into these guys, that thing ran around again. Wind it up on the Beast Aneto rules the school. Why did you follow Miss Casper out? Why did you come back to the house? He wanted you arrested then. What on earth would possess you in the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office? He's just saying because you could get in trouble for this 2016 thing. Which is why everyone saw the psych evaluation had been passed again. Out of whatever you did there afterwards. Yeah. Apparently Ghetto Aneto needs to go to jail now. Is not covering me. Like the thing is so incredibly low class. It's like a mentally retarded man in there. I know. Again, actually, the well-off people, no, they don't. They cannot have a criminal in their police station that would do anything like this. The fact you let these men with access to every bedroom in Lockmere, in McGregor, all these years is the problem. We're going to need your white trash that's congregated removed. Okay, that is correct. Who's we? The United States of America is on the phone. Do you understand that? And then you have to also be taken into custody, according to everyone, as soon as you do something bizarre like this. You're extremely low class men. You don't interact with the populace ever out of law enforcement the way you meant it. It is correct. You were going to someone's house for absolutely no reason at 3:00 in the morning, in mid-October 2017. The woman is not doing anything in this. She's sending this to you, okay? Which says Miss Casper is the victim of a crime. It's hard to tell what you're even doing in that. Like the logic is so skewed. Oh, so you're supposed to, so you were combative with that, his guy, Todieto. I got maybe I need to quit sexual assaulting that child in the corner of the booth, okay? He's correct. Like, you need to get the man sexually assaulting the 11-year-old while she sleeps and following her into the toilet. And then talking, I can hear her tinkle, which he's done for the last, 2 years now, at least. 24/7. Well, we've always done stuff like this. Not in Raleigh, they said. Enough already on this. I need Huda the It out of office. They need all the evidence in Miss Casper's case now out of Aneto's, and you have to be forced to resign due to the extreme heinous natures of your crimes. this could almost be an extradition warrant in that, is what he said back, and then runs off. Well, I'm not a 47-year-old construction worker and his wife, contractor and his wife fighting in New York. It says very clearly at the same time that I pepper sprayed so you pepper sprayed two guys. Your boyfriend annoyed you also. Why is he trying to cut my tires with a knife? You got into a fight with him.
I don't know. He made that years ago, that's why. I like heard about it, he like did that at the time once, I think. No, he's trying to cut my tires with a knife, I had to pepper spray a pedophile. Or something weird that was a sexual abuser. No, it got dismissed. It was actually wanted for fondling like a 4-year-old or something weird. It was a crackhead, and I didn't know him. Or I didn't know the man at all. I'd never met him before. Still rapist.
Well, that's you need to mind your own business on this thing.
Really, yeah, like
I don't know what you're doing in this, but like, every conversation is so incredibly illegal also on her, and all the conversations he's having with the other people in the background in this. It says he's like having the worst conversation a man has ever had with a child in the background. I mean, always in every single story here on these things. We're sorry to believe you're not allowed to make calls in a neighborhood like Gary on men like these, okay? That is a corrections worker that's sexually abusing a child. He's not allowed to do anything like any of this. I mean, you would never jump up at 3 o'clock in the morning and take it on yourself to do this. Like, what the hell is even at the door? She's at fault for resisting arrest for not opening the door. There's a strange man. Was he in uniform? I don't remember. Really. Okay, well then I have no idea what's at your door. Yeah, it was like Todietto in uniform with Sneed. Placards, maybe. The corrections worker or something. Well, that was 10 years ago now. Well, that's why it wasn't that long. And you were resisting arrest in the Sarah Whitaker Howard, right? I have to clarify that on that one. He just needs to know what's going on before he actually arrests. Would you please just arrest the man for sexual abuse? You understand? Just you did at the time. That's why we don't understand. It says what the hell you were doing. There must have been 15,000 people on the phone also. And you helped cut the phone line so badly that no one really was able to contact you. I do not have long for this. It's too much. You owe me, you needed to be arrested at the time. Miss Casper just reported it that. And you continue to like stalk Miss Casper for the rest of the month for no reason. All she did is send this out to you, and that is a problem also. Do you realize this evidence is created? Well, it's not the jurisdiction of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department then. No, they do not want to arrest these men because 5 upstanding members of something worked on the case. Men like Detective Pate. You're very much pepper spraying a child rapist. I don't know why somebody would be cutting your tires. So there's no such thing as that. Again, you can tell it's like, also this is a 47-year-old man whose name pops up. And then this is a 47-year-old woman he's doing to attach to the same case, is what it says. You can't, okay. How schizophrenic is Detective Pate in that? I don't really care, I just don't, okay, so like the rest of the human race out there, you just can't have this guy, you need this guy out of your house and you need any legal system. He's all boundaries on the interactions with your law enforcement now out of Cary. Yes, because they always side with the other detective Tony. How do you know I'm the most white trash man? She didn't. She doesn't know you're white trash. Your white trash is showing with that tattooey ooey. Then he goes and he presents this tattoo. He altered my tattoo or something.
And he doesn't want to get in trouble for altering the tattoo. He does it every time. This is like his repertoire. And then he goes to brown babies in the booter. And it's just, I've had like 2 pregnancies under like 15 or something. No, seriously, it's always like under 16. The child in this is never 16. And you had an abortion, and then you had another baby. And another baby? Really? Yeah. And then you're mad at us because, oh, you can't take it back. Yes, all those years ago, you said something about rapists. And then he said, well, have you ever been raped? None of your business again, Huda. On the well-off people. Oh, that could be real scandal for a woman to tell a corrections worker like Smee. And it's not anybody anything. It's like, there is no story there. Really. I pepper sprayed the guy in Colorado. Your family's not that wealthy. It was just this weird, or maybe they don't really want to be telling that story. You pepper spray, you are a 45-year-old woman pepper spraying a 47-year-old construction worker. I don't know what it means that you're sitting around with these men doing this out of the corrections. That's just so like, pepper spray, oh no, you got raped at like orientation week in Southern Pines or something. I don't know, Parker from Buffy. Orientation week, that's kind of fast. I said there's like, you bring predators into communities and there's like a weird guy. It was like a 55-year-old in my story. It was a grown up. But that was like, came up to me at orientation week. Stefan, and Christy, that story with Stefan. Because it was this weird adult male stalker that wouldn't quit. That was employed at the college campus. That you didn't do anything, you lady. It's hard to tell. They're like, he said they're talking into the thing. Right, yeah, so he like would say these things like, yes, well they could accept drugs from a man like that. Because he says the same thing. This is his like case, and then he just skits this out. You better not have had 2 babies and brown babies in your booter. You found that out by like, that story did not come out until 2017 because you were doing something insane there. Well, there goes high school. I guess you brought some kind of guy that from your area you think are extreme, but not. I said he's just talking because you made fun of Heather Walker. They got this bizarre child rape cult, so he said you as Heather Walker. At one child at 16, or at 17, I got pregnant at 16, which is like, because Huda the sewer it Von Dudas, these incredibly white trash men were in my community. No, and the years I said that actually took years of crime again out of your incredibly low class men being brought into the community, which is the case. The Tokyo Union Church, it was all whitey over there of white trash. All these dudes. You really bring predators into a community that have no business in it and would otherwise not be in it. Well, I mean, it's kind of been there for quite a long time now.
Well, you said that, lady. And you don't need to. I always viciously attack Miss Casper because they put a manly detective paint in a uniform. Do you realize how big you are compared to the body of the woman and children at 3 o'clock in the morning whose house you're in? Oh, Detective Tony gangbang and Neto back. I need to get you out the dirtiest Wichita horror gang rape home invaders. Is that why it's a gang rape home invasion? I didn't mean to do that in the community. You need to stop obstructing justice now, okay? Because you're filthy. You have to be taken into custody due to the incredible amounts of crime you committed. You're going to need to get Miss Casper damages, basically, also. The entire case was so completely wrongfully handled out of the authorities in your area due to the fact that you very simply were sure just a kidnapping victim. Well, that's not a very nice family in Lockmere. That was in 2017. Also, I don't know what the hell you're referring to. That would be a very messed up childhood. He just says it all the time. It's Heather Walker's childhood. I did not have Heather Walker's childhood. Was someone else thinking about tattoos? Where are the location of your tattoos? On my back, on my lower back, and on my arm. So I have no tattoos on my thighs or legs. Why were you interacting with me at all while 15,000 people called you on Halloween 2017? Because you didn't let that many people questioning what he did. You were interacting with like 3,500 people on the phone. I don't think you realize how many people got it. It's right there. What about it? They told me not even to open this. They said to say spam out of ours too. Really? Well, that's the kind of thing he tells them to do. We'll filibuster also for the child rapist. He's sexually assaulting to the point of rape a child in the other booth right now. The other cubicle over there. You know, it has been reported to you for the last years. He always was chirping about really bad pedophilic stuff. You're just trying to get your guy because you don't respond back. You just see if the schizophrenic man that created this evidence is also a pedophile. Why did you extradite Miss Casper back in the first place without requesting the evidence Miss Casper told everybody with her parents she had in contact with that they had not seen and they literally could not get out of this guy? Because Miss Casper, every single time you talk to your parents, said, I have not seen any evidence. We have not seen any. Get the evidence in my case. I know I did absolutely nothing at all here. I'm being kidnapped. Where are the men doing this right now? And then Miss Casper can do anything she wants with her court case. Also, your phone line is uncut. And we're not in the hostage situation anymore out of Meadows. again, also, they said, they need these men in custody who did this in your life all these years. These monsters need to be taken into custody right now is the problem. He's done that all throughout, like, he altered the comments on my, I would never say the F word fully there. Remember when he wrote more with effing stuff? He wrote it fully. I would never, no matter what, really, this would have to be the level of duress, which it wasn't there. And I mean, I still, really, unfortunately, it's just whatever John Wayne Gacy's uniform is wearing today. And he's wearing it in his basement or something, or in a bedroom. He's got a hostage. He's got a person he kidnapped. They need to, no, you need to shut this down right now. Enough with this story about telling your victims that you're actually like conspiracy theory Osamas. All anybody ever says, they don't know it's not their, they looked at it, it's probably actually, it was probably condo collapse or something where, okay, a plane caused structural damage and it collapsed on itself. Due to a terrorist attack in the Lockerbie building. World Trade Center bombing. Who wants us to do the royal wave and say mental health? Well, has anybody ever done that to you before? No, I'm not mentally handicapped. You do appear to be pepper spraying. You appear to be a 45-year-old. Yeah, he squished two cases together. I have tattoos on my thighs and ankles and stuff somewhere in there. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff he does. The white power symbol, really. Okay, from Paul Dart with the white, or something weird. Yeah, he said that before. You abandoned the High Castle tattoos on your thighs and legs. I don't have no tattoos on my thighs and legs. Just two on my back and one on my arm. A lotus, a phoenix, and another phoenix, or another lotus. It's not that thing. Same as everybody's tattoos, really. Yeah, they're just kind of old now, and I didn't have any money to get them touched up. As far as colors, they're just ordinary tattoos. A lotus, two lotuses, and a phoenix that nobody's seen, and I've been on television for the entire time. He says that, like, my tattooist disbarred me from work, things like that. The lotus from William the Hippo's butt at the Met. Seriously, it's on my own. On my own. Yeah, he says a Masonic lotus. Probably, I don't know. Most part it's the lotus from William the Hippo's butt at the Met. But a completely ordinary tattoo. The Metropolitan Museum of Art knew the hippo. The lotus from William the Hippo's, that's on William the Hippo's butt. It's on my wrist. Another lotus on the left side of my back and a phoenix tattoo that he apparently alters
I don't know, it has like squiggly lines, so it's a touch-up tattoo or something. It's not, it's just a completely ordinary tattoo. Same as everybody, that's why it's never like, it's never mentioned anywhere else or like anything else comes up with the tattoo. Buddha just runs by screaming because he can get at, because the tattoos are in like the database or something. And then he likes to mess with my file in the database and alter them. Oh, why? I have no idea, more of the same, evidence altering crime and stuff like that. Huda, please get Huda off the ability to stalk on cell phones right now on Dennis Rader's. That's correct. You just got this man out of my house. We didn't know what that was then. Okay, I don't care. The problem is you did, because when you showed up at the house, whatever you did in 2016, and the summer after the fire with the psych evaluations, the two of them, for no reason. Oh, I went in, you drug me out of the house when they have the body camera footage from that. It's ridiculous again. And then for you to show up at the house and take you out, we just wanted to put the kibosh on reporting it at all. You don't have to do with this nutcase that's been reported. Said, he said the same thing. I cannot believe you're running loose in a community this, enfranchised is correct. Okay? Well, they're dead. Okay, you tested whether or not Aunt Sabrina has mental health issues. You're not allowed to do that. The woman reported the crime to you. You don't call the men she reported when there's probable cause to believe that what the poor woman is reporting. Well, it's been so long. She's still on probation from it, so it's not that long. That's a very long probation for, and then that's a lot of stabbing is the only thing you're worried about in the community. Well, I'm not allowed to look into that. Are you sure? And he's actually correct out of, really low class, dirty dump trucks that have committed. Well, women aren't anything. I'm in this community too. A guy like Anetto could be in the community. Where did you find Anetto? I don't know, apparently really not at your golf club. You don't even use your golf club. Your parents had a membership even. You should go because you have tattoos. It costs money still, and I apparently monetarily marginalized you so badly, like you don't even know what to do. It's just what, I don't know what, you did something, I moved in and stalked you. That's why I'm not a cupcake, I'm a monster. And you would be, nobody's even slightly soft on crime. I would hit him in the face with this thing, because Anetto says I can use it now in Wildwood, Florida, which means I have access to sexually assault any child sleeping around as well. The villages, Florida, they're on Wildwood, Florida. Oh, this is gonna be, you're not allowed to use that in anybody, you're just in Central Florida. Or you're in Central, I'm not allowed to, call through the kids' windows, okay? No, it doesn't happen that much. See, it's not like we were just watched on the television. Well, they just put the community of America, okay? No ifs, ands, or buts. It's time to take Anetto out of the Cary police station he's been habitating, committing all this crime out. He's his concern. That's his stuff in there. Well, you're like him then. You don't even bother to use the anemones and you're too stupid. Anemones in the community. No, and I'm still gonna masturbate the gooch. Yeah, you're still gonna sexually assault your genital area as badly as possible with it by corrections workers from the hood downtown. Can this nightmare finally be over? Did it happen during your entire year-long kidnapping and carjacking? Well, that's all it was.
Which one? The one in 2017? I'm sorry I went along with that now. Can you get it out of my house now? The nightmare is just finally over. Oh, come on, you were gonna die from it. You're not allowed to do that anymore. Oh yeah, I heard that story. I don't tell that story. Just babies in your booter. I'm not Heather Walker. Who did like that's physically impossible. To have 2 pregnancies under 15. And I'm not. Your people, which is unusual, and because they like it has something to do with your specific group. When people have like physically 15 kids or something ridiculous, a lot of people have a normal amount. Way back in the day, but it's like physically impossible. There's just not a situational like under 15. What was his story? He always really like no, it's his story. Would you please stop? That'd be very personal. The Caspers would be pretty weird. Yeah. He's talking about Heather Walker or something you said. The women in the Carroll County Jail. Yeah, it's like a physical possibility. You have 1. People could have 2 pregnancies under like physically 23 or something. Why, just as far as like a physical possibility in the modern world. But like your people are the ones that are, you're not legally allowed to have sex with under 15-year-olds. I told you to get him out of here on that thing. He is not gonna sit here in McGregor again, okay? You're sitting there in retirement McGregor now, where you've lived your entire life, where nobody's ever called the police on you. Well, it sounds like you could make threats on the internet now. This should be called threats on the internet against gang rape Anetto. And then it's called the man in the corner is sexually assaulting a child to the point of rape, and I'm reporting it to you and me. And verbally interacting to the point of, assaulting the child in the corner. And you need to get into custody. It's a very weird situation. It's a situation where you need to get out as told, the situation is over, okay? It's a criminal situation, it's a criminal insanity. You're in an American legal, so in the American community, in all the American, in America, I get it, in the legal system. I'm still gonna do that. Did you feel that I got under your Faraday cloth? I always pretend to put my hand under the blanket, because he says it's under that, and then massage the genitals from there, because they were hiding their genitals from me. Okay, so this freak show is over. Precisely, and the purpose caught him, that's the end of it. So I have to arrest these men right now. Yeah, he's threatening me. Threatening him. Well, I don't want to be threatening him, I just need the police to intervene because the man's actually breaking the law. I'm just sitting in my house. I don't care if somebody defended what you did, it doesn't have anything to do with me. Oh, I was a woman that, you grabbed a woman who was sitting on a park bench. Quote, it is all mine. Because someone told you out of law enforcement that the woman sitting on a park bench was an ex-murderer, is your story? The woman had turned in evidence saying that she's being stalked by a man who's crazy and will call the police on her and report her. Or something. Turned out the woman sitting on a park bench was the victim of the man that had reported a quite serious crime.
Bye. That's correct. You're supposed to apologize to the woman. It just has nothing to do with me outside of I'm the victim of it. No, I couldn't be more of the victim of all of it. My evidence is created. All that, I was just, so you were just assaulted as you described earlier today. Yeah, by the people that had substance problems, did nothing at all there. I mean, well, I didn't technically. Awkward situation, but I did nothing. Made no contact with their skin and was again just a woman on the park bench getting vomit on dead or whatever. Which then continued to follow me around while I went to all the authorities and do stuff to me. I reported it with my family at every step. Which there's just the lawyers. We got lawyers. The lawyers reported it. We don't know what else to do. You obstruct justice about it. Then these men just go right back to doing this. Why I report it. And these are the same men all throughout. I don't know if he found other guys that are like him. It's a completely single cell organism of schizophrenia. Offending. He's got nothing going on in that space. Any of them. They don't have to again. You can't just sit around and do this thing that you can't stalk me anymore out of your jail and corrections workers and your corrections worker. I think it's a corrections worker that done it in the first place. The problem is too, you understood all throughout the criminal situation. Well, you lady, you understood that it was all, you had you pretty much knew, and then at times, at some point, it just turns in as your absolute knowing crime with you. Out of all the men in Wake County committing the crime too for absolutely no reason. Yeah. Would you please get them into custody now and off the sexual assault device? He said, I have to get Detective Pete out of uniform and all that. Really, yeah, all you need is these people out of your house, and then you can report, you can report as much as you want. You need to get the tools of the crime they committed. They used to commit all the crimes they commit. WRAF, you need to get on the News and Observer how badly that man has raped children. Also, it's just called brown baby. Oh, brown babies in your boat. Yeah. Oh, that's always. He has to scream about the fact that child's interracial 24/7. Well, I'm not just repeating things, but are you done? He does that 24/7, or that's always what he says. Brown babies in your boot. No, he's done that since forever. Sorry, just attacked my crotch with the thing. He doesn't like that story. That's he's jealous again. Yes, and that male could do something. He said no to that. I need to see these men not interacting with me anymore. They want a Siggy. That makes them want a Siggy because Tony Gary Benedetto wants to get competitive in here. Gang Benedetto. Did you shout at these men were actually observing that their penises dangling out of their urine shit and sewer. Shout swastika, John Wayne Gacy's beast uniform where they could threaten, and the Netto could have been hurt there. Think of what would happen when the Hooter, the swastika of pedophilia, the animal brought in the community, the shit-stain of Hitler, the beast incarnate, the incredible lifetime. No, I'm not going to remove that from your house if this is progress. Because ghetto gang rape Benedetto. Please you have to get these men out of the Casper's house. They don't want to. When he said spam folder, his sewer of a body mocked his victim.
The highway patrol's gonna have to get in here now. And you know what it says? It says this man is sexually assaulting women and children. They're screaming at you because you are 20. Yeah, I'm always gonna try to just, can we leave it on massage the genitals? You're as open as possible about this being a sex crime. Does the man care about getting arrested? You kidnapped me and held me for a year. That's not correct. He said, I don't actually have that many cases in Wake County right this second. You're an incredibly public case. Well, Neto felt that he had every right to do that. They requested what he do that. They said the Wake County Prosecutor's Office has to be brought up on charges that are too hot. He's up for, the guy that poisoned his wife with antifreeze. And she died. He's up for like murder 1 for this child sexual assault. Well, why go back to interacting and committing the crimes? You would just leave the Casper family. Oh, they'd like that. They'd like that if Ghetto and Ditto left the Casper family alone. They would like that if law enforcement. I bet they're always lying about things they say about law enforcement. Do that there if you bring the most disgustingly low class and criminal men. Apparently they don't want to be having to shout this at their law enforcement, but the incredible, these random hoods too. From, any time and space or whatever. Where did you find the men that committed all these crimes? What do you mean, where did we find it? You should know how we appoint and bring members of law enforcement in your community. You don't even have a very good civics degree. Apparently it's more complicated due to extreme crime and corruption of an incredibly low class, hood nature. No, it's extremely low class here. That is correct. You don't have a college degree. You don't have any licensing to practice law. You're interacting with the women in the communities, apparently in an extremely sexually abusive and criminal way. You're in the woman's bedroom at 2:00 in the morning with these men on that thing, and you did not arrest these men or report it enough to have them arrested. That's what he's concerned about, because the sexual assault device and stalking device that is now law enforcement tag, even though the Wake County authorities are now bringing this into our community. We're even going to install one of these grounding devices because Neville said this works better for law enforcement pride, to make sure law enforcement can truly and properly enact its job. How did these men get away with it at the time? Oh, they wanted an exciting drama. And Neto even getting arrested for his 2016. You just get in trouble and you stop doing things you do to other people. Or somebody says no and you stop interacting because you have no business to interact. That man just literally raped me, is what the little girl sat up. Well, tell your mother to call the police. They know who it is. They must know. Maybe they're not very careful. It's just screaming schizophrenic men. You should know. You went, I didn't understand why this lady was sent here. This is not my department. He told me to do it, so I did so. Okay. What's what happened there? It's technically the sheriff's department's, because it's been reported to them. And you need to get the Carroll County Sheriff's Department in here to arrest them and raping children or sexually assaulting children to the point of rape. Would you get it off their genital area every time they lay down or sit down? He's very clear. And like every comment this guy makes that he has children that he's doing this to also. It's all, and then it's as explicit as possible. No, I will not let them lay down to sleep. Well, you lady, you're so stupid.
Where did that go? I left to scan their houses now, and I'm allowed in here. Would you get Dennis Radars into custody and out of our court system? Is all everybody has to say. The incredible lowness of the people you brought into communities who had nothing to do with the communities whatsoever. No, I've always allowed in the communities in this. Yeah, 3 fingers hero. And anywhere it got out, and something like that got out as described. How bad are they here? I mean, no matter what your interaction with a predator would be, really, yeah, these guys are doozies. Really, yeah. I'm just sitting there like this has nothing to do with me. On St. Patrick's Day, I'm writing out from a crime. The perp, doodle arts all over it, and like trying to, I don't know what he's doing. Your perp is screening your calls out. Yeah. Okay. He's also screening all your calls in. The entitlement to offend against the Aboriginal class woman in this. I don't know. It's hard to, but it's correct. That's correct. They always, for you, I have, I couldn't be, am I a healthy person or not? I mean, this one's kind of weird if you're getting it like as a new person, newer email list. You're completely sane and sober through the entire thing. Yeah. Random ass, excuse me, sorry. Otis Toole talking to himself over there. Nonsense. It's just like he screams, they scream it like very seriously. But it's Otis Toole talking to himself. Is it brown babies in the booter? Oh, really sorry. No, you lady, your parents would be very bad. Okay. Your environment. I keep a record of every week of my life. The hideous, the insidious impregnator from the cult or something. No, your people. Lots of you live in a trailer where these guys are big. Or I'm sorry, they're like Warren Jif heads. They all come in with this. That's an abnormal. Yeah, that's an abnormal human situation. You're the what now? Oh, really? Yeah. They are like purposeful child impregnators. Would you get random criminal strangers out of close proximity with the community and just allowing them to offend as much as possible on your people? No, but I can still see the genitals on that. Oh, my genitals, he shouts. Really? Yeah. Brown babies in the booter. I got mine in 2016. It didn't have a copy. And then in 2017, Huda did something. Well, you lady, with the incredible horror. So apparently your government employee out of Arkansas and North Carolina now is so incredibly dangerous and low and criminal and predatory that you had men that were so incredibly behind the worst predator in the fold, the same as this, out due to your employment and corruption. would you please stop bringing Huda, the most predatory it man? Okay, so you can't lay down because he's going to sexually assault your genitals. What could you do with dirty detective? At any point the Cary Police Department engage in the neighborhood pornography I was reporting of myself on the technological? Did they engage in or interact with these men in close proximity here, like this? Like, how did they know where I was? Neville called them and he allowed them on my technology that I was mirroring your cell phone on. That's correct. Get up. I'm going to electrocute you. You shouted at gang rape Neville. Have you ever been allowed to shout at gang rape your community? Your community? When Huda, did they have any sort of juvenile issues? A Huda is definitely allowed in the 6th grade to molest the children of Boca. The incredible, vicious, predatory nature of the thing. Huda, please stand down with the community. No. Always on the genitals. I'm not gonna. You're not gonna leave the 6th grader girl alone. No, you would dare. No, well, yeah, the 6th grade girl. Yeah, okay. I'm just sitting there for Christ's sake again. Because of Huda was actually Huda's stuff. It's not supposed to be fun. How do you think that the wealthy people of Boca Raton get to be like this? Huda. What's with the incredible aggression out of that thing? Predatory. The other person said no. That's why it's like the top 10 list of the most evil predators in the human race. The Huda did. The incredible lowness of the downtown criminal hood monster of men that you bring into gated communities. That's correct. That's correct. The men stalking on the airwaves with the sexual assault of us are literally the most evil men in the history of America. On the same level, really, because the incredible amounts of crime that group. We were trying to figure it out. My parents and stuff at the time. Like I remember, what is it? No, there's never been a lower bunch of men than those men or these men. Really, that's actually correct. Whatever that thing is that he's on. That he's using to sexually assault these women and kids has been used as a sexual assault device. We just started. Boca is actually it's like nothing but suburban. It's very affluent. You're in like a very, the like Miami intercoastal area. Lots of people live in Boca. It has very nice suburban houses. It's got a lot of money. Or something that these men really are predatory. It was extremely low class, extremely criminal men. Like it was just absolute maroon dirt white trash. Like we were wondering because you have like these Miami intercoastal houses in our neighborhood. Well, I wouldn't want to live there, Lee. Our neighborhood was in the Miami intercoastal neighborhood, Miami intercoastal neighborhood. Okay. But I mean, that was on like right along the intercoastal. It used to actually have a lot of like mom and pop houses too. The same in North Salem, New York, like Pound Ridge or something. But there were, big estates like up the street. They live in Swickley, like, where your uncle lived in that. Because I know about these things. I even went and checked and on their cell phone, because I followed home, I said, you better be careful with me because I could ruin your life by raping your kids, your grandkids now. Well, that's the kind of man you bring home, which he does 24/7. Well, you lady, your parents would even say that. Because Huda, well, that's very personal. You posted that right away to me. She posted it. Huda, well, I can cause these upper middle class women to break down and tell me things about their lives. That's what happened in our jail when I kidnapped Miss Jasper. I'm not sure, Huda, see, that's what I'm saying. This then goes, this then turns into like Parker raped you or something. And because he doesn't like to hear that his employees, again, the men that are allowed a free pass to cruise around the college system in North Carolina. That is actually what should be the public school of Southern Pines in Fayetteville. They don't have because of Huda, that's supposed to be, we have Fayetteville Tech. Yeah, because they have a military base down there. They used to have New Deals, or not New Deal stuff. They had all this stuff down there. Really, they came in and inswept the guys that look like these replicating monsters, and said we're gonna pump. They stole it just out of private sector. It's unbelievable how bad they tanked everything. It's actually correct. So you used to have a GI Bill, center and all this other stuff. Well, they don't want that there. Well, that could be Exxon, lady. That's correct. That school was actually supposed to be a public school, and that is actually Southern Pines is and because it's close to Fayetteville, it could very much have Fayetteville University. So they really, really tanked the university system in the South. In a lot of places, they said that some of these steals in sweeps the Huda head.
No, they definitely steal out of that. Nobody wants to live in the area because, as far as the RTP, because the pay is too low. It's lower than it would be other places, and these people. So, okay, they want to be in San Diego or somewhere else, or if it's going to be an exchange rate, they've had too many problems with stuff. That's why it's a ghost town. If you go to the Research Triangle Park, it's a ghost town, which is a thing anywhere. Sometimes, I mean, it's not, but it can be. The economy's okay. Well, you can't afford to live in San Diego. Okay, I'm just looking at. Well, you think you're going to sue me and then live there also? You ruined your life. Not Huda and Toriano in the school system thing. Or sex pedophile. That is so they don't make as much money here, so they don't want to live here. No. People actually live in Raleigh. They're just in the most affluent area of Raleigh. Well, you, Lee, who I've lived in all my life, and nobody's ever called the police about me. Which says I don't do anything because people enfranchised enough to live in upper middle class communities like mine. That's pretty. Really, yeah. I mean, it's not like we're in a. Yeah, I get it. You're not. Really, it's not that wild. No. It's all suburbia. Also, there's Boca. He said the houses are a normal size for big family houses too. They probably seem bigger. They're pretty cool though. Boca's neat because you were tiny. Well, he does that. Someone bothered to build things. The hard work of the building of the Huda. And we're sitting there. There's miles of cars and roads. Well, you lady should appreciate that. And the Dollar Tree. You would spend the money at the Dollar Tree. Well, you lady. So I'm a pill. I needed to stalk her off of Miss Casper's every grocery trip for all these years on that. You need to get my purse into custody now. These men owe me life in prison and a death sentence. Technically, legally, and they have to serve it. Enough with the obstructing justice on supposedly, allegedly, the guy is actually doing to children what he's doing to May, which he talks about 24/7, so he most likely is. If you have a fourth grader whose bedroom you're in, it can't be in the bedrooms in the grader. Again, he said, it's the concern. The fact that you let this man, he can be in any bedroom in Wildwood and the Villages, Florida, within, they don't know, access distance. Really? Well, we're trying to figure out if it was, like, because we're in New York City, anything. As far as you can tell, it was the Three Stooges wet bandits that were mentally retarded. Out of it sounded like they were retarded, but like very working, like a working class family that would never have anything, that we don't know anybody like them. It's a handicapped son. That was like a corrections worker or child maintenance workers. But they cover up for them because it has something to do with law enforcement. They always have whenever they got out. That's why people don't know about it, and they're still like, it's not just under why. And then they obviously sit around and tweak their tech or something out of this. Arkansas is a legal system, has to go to prison now. So it is, and do you realize again you're at UNC High School, okay? That we are in the Huda cult. Oh, I don't understand what that is. He said he needs these groups that come in and arrest him. Is correct. You just like hijack and sweep in and do stuff. I bet they said mental health. They again don't have mental health. They have school counseling services that are not up to par for a school counselor out of some group. They have a psychiatrist they run around with that says you're sane. Because you are. And then they have these men that like cruise around school systems and, it's just the facts. It's some kind of pedophile group. Now, I'm still going to sexually assault your genitals. It's probably out of Arkansas. I'm very sorry back in the day that I brought men that were absolutely ridiculous and the situation looked ridiculous and was. So they don't have mental health, and it's something like this shit, which is pedophiles. Oh, to say this because they sent a woman for a whole nother year in mental health. All the detective pates are sitting around watching this. And they're not getting, well, that's why I told them it's spam and don't even look at that. And now we are all the absolute filthy criminal white trash responsible for every day of my sexual abuse and kidnapping and crime here. That's the problem is do you understand that? It's not spam, it's a woman reporting a crime. If it turns out the woman is actually reporting a crime, well, there's no such thing, turn it into Crime Stoppers. Okay, and when it comes back in, make sure the problem is too, the woman is reporting Class A felony, child, a gang rape, home invasion, and child sexual assault and abuse at this point. Of the highest and worst order. If it turns out that, it's really not my jurisdiction. I could be a private lawyer. I don't even think you're a lawyer at all. Well, Neto tells him to do that still. He says, this is what you did to this family. Middle-aged dirty dump trucks, he's not the boss. Yeah. Just because the middle-aged man, he's worked his whole life in law enforcement, in security and corrections. Apparently, raping the neighborhood. I do have a right to remove this from your house now, is what it says, correct? And we have to get these men out of the suburban communities they've gotten into with the device they're on because they are sexually assaulting small children to death again, which they've been known to do. Very much so, according to a lot of females. They're sexually assaulting little boys right now and men. You could be turned on because I'll hit you in the crotch with melted parakeet because he sprayed it with the foam dissolver for the sewers. Oh, that's that strong. Did you feel that? That's a full-blown sexual assault. Always, in progress. Tony Hill is a filthy, domestically abusive, schizophrenic, retarded rapist. Was a degenerate. He's a wife beater.
You need to get him into custody, and you need to ensure that that you don't bring men that are criminals into communities anymore. Huda, you're gonna need to stand down in relation to a normal diet whatsoever. So Miss Casper gets away with lying about liking Mr. Greider. Well, you're the babies in the book guy. Well, that's the weirdest place I've ever heard babies. Well, that's why, because of my alterations, they didn't respect you very much. Oh, no. You do this all day. He don't even care about that lady. Would you get these men's access to be in the houses with the community? You get out away from them, because it is the most hideous acts of crime man has ever been capable of committing. That they have raped they've raped America like so badly for so many years. It's the first I've heard of it. Well, that's the problem of not informing the public, because this is law enforcement's tech, and some of these law enforcement guys even. It is if you let this criminal element get out, which is why she's allowed to report it to the email list from WRAF. We said could be made to prison. Apparently Huda is retaliating by getting the police to do something for him. It's just it was so shocking. Now, nobody's ever done the stuff you've done. That's actually correct. Like, it was so incredibly shocking, because nobody has done, well, that's the new way we're going to do it here in Huda It Land, in the sewer of, the Huda It. Lots of people love Huda It Land. You don't love Huda It Stand?
Yeah.
Huda, could you calm down at 3 o'clock in the morning right now? Has that ever been how it works before? Not going to this thing where you sit brooding over their bodies, focusing all your mana on them while you cut the phone line and talk about possessing them and then sexually assaulting them with this is in progress again. Oh, it's Antonio. But he calls it, this lady reported it? No, in progress again. No. The absolute disgusting man in our police station that would do such a thing. Okay, whatever the usual understanding of things is, has to be put in prison. But that's a police officer. Those can't be arrested and dead. Yeah. Would you get the man sexually assaulting me and children into custody now? So it's not international spying or, yeah. No, I mean, you could pay, if you're paying absolute white trash from Poughkeepsie's Hood, Mr. Filthy. It was a creepy man with a ladder hanging off of it. As far as we could tell, yeah. Huda, I need you not bringing that into a community and then running it for president.
same men as these. It was the most hideously predatory and pedophilic monster ever born. It never has a lower class of criminal or a more dangerous criminal existed than the mentally retarded schizophrenic monster that was able to get into houses on of the lowest class. That goes for all the other the incredibly criminal men and things and low class men, like just absolute crack urban decay, bringing you to these just groups of men that are just hanging out. You realize Warren Jake went to prison for life is correct also. And needs to here. Do we have any legal system? Is there anywhere I could call the police? That's how it works. Like there is a criminal in my house right now, neighborhood pornography me. There's a device in my house, there's a camera with a microphone attached to something in the house somewhere. Like a person realizes their house is fucked. So they call the police. The police are like, ooh, no. Okay, so the woman turns up, hi there. Try to find the device. I'm not sure what I was doing with my quilting patches, okay? Well, mental health. Yeah. Okay, so I'm still in the house with the stalker. Right? Yeah. The police have got to do something. Look at they finally admit slightly it's an old case. Huda, apparently it's a 15-year-long marriage to Dennis Rader, okay? By a stalking ability. Well, you lady can waste milk. I need him not doing that on that thing everywhere, okay? He's sexually assaulting me to death for the last 6 months. I started posting this in February. You appear to be alive, my dear. So here, I kidnapped you for a year. You waste another year of your time. That's what I said. No, you are never getting me arrested. Did anybody get damages out of the other things I've done? I don't know. What other things have you done? Would you get out of my house? See, this is the problem with letting men like these. Yeah, this is a problem with letting your other stuff hang out. You've undermined the legal system completely. I don't know what other stuff this man has done. There's a lot of rough elements out there. Yeah. If you let where is the legal system at all in North Carolina? This man committed incredible amounts of crime in this. All they want to do is lay down and go to sleep. Well, they can't because they reported Huda again. I don't know who we is, but it sounds like this would be, their parents must be calling the police and taking their children to the emergency room right now. That's what I said. Really, I just don't. Okay. No, I believe he's molesting children. In fact, I know he is. They might be more subtle around kids, but these guys are so so bad. I don't think you're just supposed to talk. Have you ever been able to talk back to a Todietto? Okay, the thing is literally a missing link to a monster species. And I'll get out of Miss Casper's house. No, you're in progress again because you reported me. Can we finally have this crime over and I'm just alone in my house? But I'm not sure I'll work on your. I'll work. Nothing happens around here.
It's none of your concern. I don't. That's the whole repertoire of them. Babies into boot and Heather Walker. Let's set that there.
Well, I can say that, but that's not very nice to say. They all say they live in Nazi Germany because of who that is. Well, men do stuff for money. How do you think they can afford to live in these places? I'm not sure who that, as far as I know, these people all have to actually not break the law too much. Maybe they said they're a little careful with everybody else works at the bank, Fairman sites or something.
The very wealthy people, I'm not sure. Oh.
They could be Epstein's or something, but that's what I'm gonna be. Okay, we'll go away.
I do that.
That's correct. Like these families would not necessarily completely, but they'd be in their car driving to the police station or they're in the emergency room going, no, really, yeah, we can't turn it off, okay, asshole? Something like, or you can't, I don't know where you stuck with, ma'am. Okay, so they're all, yeah, these people would be, in their car in the police station. They would be in the emergency room, and they probably are. Would you please call for people that are, in the emergency room in Carroll County, Arkansas, because they're in a hostage situation with Otis Toole and Dennis Rader or something, via stalking technology? No, you have to, because apparently a child is sleeping in her bed and he's massaging her crotch right now, is what he said. It's not a massager; it's an electrocution device. It's for truck grounding. Really, yeah, it's correct. Okay, and like going through packages in trucking. These men are a hideous predator. You have got to get all my perps into custody. Think of what the day would be like if this reign of terror were over. If the perps that had committed Class A felony crime, they're not supposed to need that to get arrested. In my case, just think of what the day in what I'm saying too throughout all of this. If these men were not, and then who are these men actually? And did they ever have any reason to be in my life or in a court even? Or apparently the police station. Because I have no idea what's going on. Very much so, but yeah. Okay, you're not going to force women to sleep sitting up in a chair. Well, I didn't know what it was with all of that. A woman screaming gang rape at you that these people have watched go bad for 15 years? Okay. So the secretary is screaming gang rape at you. But they don't actually know the person. The woman whose house you technically entered the premises illegally, again, is screaming rape at you. Aneto, you need to get filthy Aneto into custody then, if this is his problem. There's nothing going on in my house. Me reporting these men, who, again, the problem with all of that is that if you are actually, but they said, I don't care what they said. Really, yeah. I'm allowed, I went to all the probation office visits, is the correct answer. No, I went to the probation office visits. Now I'm reporting that this evidence is falsified. And I'm positive. Would you please check? Okay. Would you please check before you do anything again on that? You know, it's great, and if it turns out that would make me the victim of a crime.
So, and then here's what I'm reporting.
Is it mentally ill? I'm reporting past this guy, like, has my phone line cut. Well, he wants to say that's actually, well, that needs to clean up, okay? Would you get these men into custody now? Which is what I'm saying as far as what the state brought into. I mean, how bad can it be? It says, such a nice day. No, it is overall. And American infrastructure obviously functions very well. We have, like, you know, good electricity. You have to pay for that. Who does that? Thank you. You know, okay. Well, don't leave a light on upstairs. That's why your daddy says that. Okay. You know, Huda, that's between this. What are you talking about? Get the hell out of the Casper's house now. No, not go right back to sexual abusing my mate. You know, well, I've actually been lightened off on that because Toriano didn't want that on the internet anymore. Okay, well, then Toriano has to go to prison for sexual assault.
Well, there's nothing on the website that's crime at all. No. And it's reporting crime, and it's very clear. So you have to leave the person alone and then figure out what the hell's going on with their bugged house. Which was less weird than this, and it was pretty easy for many years. Really, yeah. Like it wasn't like the space aliens have landed. I think he's been working on it. He's been stalking on it for a long time. And they do have access to lots of technology. Somewhere. It used to just be cell phone, GPS, and microphone enabled. And cable and internet. I'm sorry, internet.
Cable? To say that about when gang rape and nettles, gang raped every community a gang rape and nettle could get out into. I know just fine. It was the Three Stooges filthy wet bandits from corrections, and it is here. From Hoodville in the Northeast. That's no. The power of Huda, the thieving, wriggling animal for the lowest hoods to ever exist in America. Well, that's very instigatory because I electrocute him at the same time I pee this dangling on my sugar of a swastika. Well, if everything else is great quality, why with the lowest public sector are we going to get Ayn Rand? Because one thing functions and I don't know why. You know. Exactly. And the other thing is the lowest quality man could ever engage in. You don't know.
That's actually true, and that is in that. I mean, you sort of scoff at it, or something, but like, really, this like Republican private versus public sector, that's all privatized, has been some of the lowest quality to ever occur. It gets into wherever it's more reputable quality, where it's like, UNC or something, really, and it does, why? Because it's a very reputable public college, right? And you will just have googly the retard, really, yeah, like here's this infrastructure, wow, here's all the first world stuff you're looking at. We'll leave all the problems within something, I don't know. Well, you're in the Ozarks, you're perfectly fine there. There's lots of land, it's pretty. Get a pony and put it in the yard for the kids. or do whatever your hobby is, hunting, fishing, hiking. I mean, it's fun. There's jobs, Walmart's there. Well, this way it's too expensive for me. There's still like land in the Ozarks. It's quite inexpensive. Maybe you need to go back to your own county also and not hang around the well-off counties. Well, that's Huda, you're so low and predatory. Okay, so like here goes by like really, yeah, ye dirt hole of the dark ages, really, of death, and then here goes by and total absolutely foul offending, and then the diddle is allowed in every home because the diddle was allowed just yours, lady, to do that in dead. And the filthiest, most predatory animal ever born, the Hoodoo River, the foulest pedophile. But here at UNC, here's where you have proper. Well, they would scream about the lowest criminal predatory animal. Well, there's no higher oversight to the county courts in Arkansas, where the Hoodoo can get its replicating monster, and one of its replicating freak monsters was so insane they did all this. Apparently the crime of the century is over because I'm not getting sexually assaulted by your electronic grounding device anymore. I'm sorry they felt this. Okay, so over here we got, like Jeffrey Dahmer goes by, John Wayne Gacy goes by, and ye dirt hole of the dark ages, and then over and Neanderthal knuckle walking and the missing link to John Wayne Gacy and Otis Toole and Marshall's pedophile house. And then over here you got because dirtiest guys in the world is allowed in. Then over here you have private sector, which is very high functioning, going by. It's misleading even, but everybody knows that. Well, that's all it is. Here's the public sector thing. Well, public sector gets lots of money. You steal it, Huda. That's why you're not allowed to steal from. Well, you would steal from health insurance. Yeah, I get it. I'm not allowed to do that in here. What is it you're even doing in here? Who are you? Where are you? And why are you why is that John Wayne Gacy on that thing? And why am I being sexually assaulted by it? Would you please get these men into custody already? Will you be careful out there? Everybody else says they get arrested right away, for the most part. Yeah. There's nowhere they can do anything that people can't call the police and they don't get arrested quite quickly. We don't know about places they wear Andrew Walker and the baby. You, Lee, you're lucky. You shouldn't shout. You could lose what you have. These upper middle class children are so unappreciative. Yeah, and they could still use the discipline of the dirtiest rapist ever born, John Wayne the Beast Pick Gacy. I bet it was about juvenile delinquency. Because yes, Huda, people aren't that vicious a predator. You are. I remember you from that could be mental health. Just a cruising pedophiles. Okay, apparently your incredible motivation. That thing is actually a child rapist also. Or it's an incredibly evil predator. Why is it so motivated if it's not? Because I bring these into communities. Well, because it's a reputable school. You see the two things next to each other is correct also. I am Huda it. As parents, after watching this. Oh, hello, Huda it. Where did you come from, Huda it? Well, we always have the east side of Greensboro and the hood downtown. And then over here we have like a Harvard level professor and things like that. A googly McKenzie was from there, 3 fingers. Well, they've always had that. Yeah, but I have no idea what was going on with that filthy man. But and that but the guy did have he had a Harvard college degree. No, okay. You can't afford it, my dear. Who do you try to steal it? Okay, so you got the Renaissance, the Festival of Death, or something, as you said. I said the Dark Ages of Jeffrey Dahmer and John Wayne Gacy from the hood there. It is quite the king, like Candyman and Chucky over there. Apparently, he really just sexually assaulted that little girl again. He's of concern. Who are you? Why don't you call the Fayetteville police? They're not allowed in Detective Pate's stuff in here because he went along with it and he's a cop and stuff. Yeah, okay.
Can you please just get Otis Toole out of the houses, because you're going to have to serve the rest of your life in prison because you were too stupid to get in here and arrest Otis Toole and Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, just their brain tumors having a mouth party out loud, screaming and touching kids. That's correct. You broke too much law in this, so you have to go to prison. If you had the sense to immediately catch the guy that's going to get you a life in prison sentence, okay, so we'd get the corrections worker talking this dirty in relation to everything else I've done here that was an effort. Yeah, and a crime. Okay, but since you're running around with these guys 24/7, yeah, like you lay down with dogs, you get fleas or something, whatever the thing is. Well, I mean, there's just not, and I mean, you're completely, so get the guy that's going to get me put in prison for life for woman and child gang rape and murder in home invasion into custody. But I'm such a poor and low quality employee, I don't naturally get the guy that is, going to get me put in prison for the rest of my life, because I just don't stop doing it. These guys just don't stop doing it. I don't just stop these guys doing this wherever I am that I'm aware of it. Yeah. Where it's like right up the street, and I'm not arresting it out of all the, men going in and out of the, the jails and courts that work in law enforcement in Carroll County. Are you having problems with not having enough law enforcement or something? Like, where is it that these men are where is it that these men are not being arrested right away for breaking the law? No, not attack my crotch with that thing. Would you get them off the body scanner and the electronic sexual assault device these guys have? Well, the GPS, we have access to state-of-the-art technology. Again, and what do we have here? Okay, so you see stuff like this a lot. Yeah, you see stuff like this all the time. Public sector is just like absolute degenerate in these departments. Like, the thing that comes out is like it came from the PDO hood too. Like, they're pedophiles and schizophrenics who let the criminals of that thing stand next to it. The same thing happens in the high schools and the other schools and stuff. It always has if you're an adult watching it. How absolutely degenerate is this? What is going on in the Wake County Courthouse in this? I thought we were in, here in the News and Observer. I thought we were in the UNC Law, Duke Law. Huda, there's no loophole there. You're not off the grid somewhere with I don't know what. They don't really have stuff like that. You got that from a movie. Both of you. No, I got it from, so it's a kid in an orphanage. Well, they must have been in youth camps. Huda, you're so predatory, you drug the entire place down. We're I don't know if we're a slightly lower population state. Huda, you've tanked completely. Well, they said I would tank things. I get it. I don't have anything outside of schizophrenic monster Hudastan in this. I get it. That happens in your state services and public sector here. They're going to have to get you a bailout for whatever you're doing down here. You don't have, you're raping children to death. Okay. And you don't have police to arrest it or something. And me. You have to arrest me, the corrections workers, in the bedrooms of the people that live in the community right now. Or myself. I'm the victim of a crime. My evidence is created. Well, I don't want them laying down to sleep. Just try to lay down like you did before because you're tired enough to fall asleep again. On the floor, on 3 bath mats in a pile on cement, which is insane. Because I've been sitting up in a chair while being sexually assaulted 24/7 with the very real technology. Ow! That's practically dope. If I aimed that higher, that was like an orgasm clitoris or something, I was going to say. The man's mouth is so incredibly criminal that it is every class A felony, and it's goddamn all its relatives when he goes over and is heavy breathing on towards kids. Do you realize it is the crime of the century in relation to the crimes your kinds of men and your public sector corruption? The swastika of the beast is actually more correct. Because of the amount of crime your people had committed on the sexual assault and the heavy breathing stuff and the stalking devices on law enforcement tag. you had access to, or whatever, wherever you have access, or that someone gave you access and didn't properly inform the public of the corruption. Here you have Huda takes everything for no reason from you. It's an evil, incredibly low, bizarre, and evil perk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a day driving down the street. There's not, the incredible, you shouldn't be an attractive, you're so incredibly predatory with the thing. I mean, yes, that's what it's about, but it isn't even. You're so absolutely bizarre on the perks. You bring public sector into communities and have the worst predator as to crime in the fold is what? The handcuffing guy that looks like Detective Pate? Oh, we respect the law, okay? If people are questionable about that as far as domestic violence and possibility. Who is this man again? Oh, they're in a franchise. That's correct. I mean, they've had upper middle class neighborhood. This is not how wild the rich are. Well, you would watch that on. I'm sorry, the Love Boat got a little. And Lifestyles of Rich and Famous. Would you get this schizophrenic man off the police tag? They're on. I told you to get this into custody. He's not covering it. The man is murdering a child in the background. I don't think the child will survive. I think I don't think it I think it grounds in the body. I think the electrocution is too much. I'm sure the children's parents are all calling the police. Is there 150 calls and emails or something really from people that said they're on the way to the emergency room right now. There was a man in their bedroom. They're coming to the police station. I mean, I don't understand what this could be about. Well, how did your family experience when the incredible manipulation of the gift of royal rape, the Huda is in here now? Yeah. You're or the Pegler head is in here now. Yeah. The incredible, so your incredible crimes of a bureaucracy, which actually there's just no one to arrest the perp. Yeah. Or prosecute the perp. We always prosecute. No, we apparently don't. Okay. Really, yeah. Here we have that thing they called out of the sewer with no credentials whatsoever, and then here we have Harvard's brain surgeon or something. I don't know if one of them's a little weirdo, so maybe he has enough great credentials. Maybe I'm not sure. No, here we have very high functioning, from all the high functioning things you're looking at. Oh, and then you hear he crawled from the sewer, and it calls itself Mr. It the Peepers. And Tony, the dirtiest security guard in the world. I'm that much of a freak for kids, and I'm a giant. You gotta be kidding me. The Three Stooges are here. Ooh, we could even be employees of a Mr. Burns around here. Tony, gang rape Bonetto, the dirtiest dump truck driver. I think you're in Boca. Yeah. Okay. But that could undermine the integrity of law enforcement. Actually, feed chips are there to protect children. Yeah, okay. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong, no, they're in the ballpark. And it is so dumbed down and domestically abusive. It's like animal plant life of death anywhere you are compared to the communities you're in. They just can't get you arrested. You manipulate. Well, you want to watch a real Southern grifter? You're not a Southern grifter, you're a gang rapist, pedophile, and a home invader. And kidnapper, robber, car thief. A grifter is less schizophrenic than you. No, that's correct. Yeah. Give an arrest on the sexual assault device 24/7 so they can't lay down. I thought you were going to deter Miss Casper through electronic something, right? Instead, it turns out you're just raping the woman 24/7 with 5 little girls, you say. But I mean, if you're going back to the same family, these people would just be all in the nut house. Really? All of them. How was your family without the electronic? That's just so the incredible crimes that the Toadie brings into communities because of Toadie gang rape. I'm allowed to sit in my chair and watch kids' genitals in here. And then it says we can use our technology in our security office. I'm allowed to go through bank accounts. Well, we've always done this a little bit over at the courthouse or something. Well, I'm going to do that anyway because they would talk back to a Tony Edo. Law enforcement crime. The boys in Brooke could have been hurt even a little in that. Yeah, that's what I say. And, oh, no, I'm definitely going to tense the crotch because they're talking back to the corrections worker, Smee. The most disgusting animal. Hey, I work hard to not be in your house right now, pretty much. Well, you said that bulbous wasn't in there, or mercury animal, no, started 3 in the morning. And then it goes into this because there's this crackling beast down the Victor is married. He said no in his police station. And they would accuse a man when they accuse law enforcement, right? That's what you dirty old white bigots that are monsters, they need this crack sewer of a brain. The incredible gang rape, sexual abuse. And then if she can't get in her car and drive to her police station right then. Do you understand that? Is it at 2013, 2014, 2015, January, February, March, April, May, June? I need this man out of my house at 2 a.m. What would have happened if she showed up at the Cary police station at 2 a.m.? Well, that's why he's the dirtiest man in the world. The lowest animal. He's parking his cars out back. When a needle feels that strongly because the lowest criminal bunch of men. No Smee, the corrections worker in off of Capitol Boulevard in Millbrook, the handicap man, or whatever all that is. Or think of Huda. Where will the vicious pedophile go? No. The lowest men to ever congregate. Well, this is their stuff in there. They would take that from Hootie. I don't know what that means. Huda apparently, but this is his community. I don't care. This isn't his house. The man cannot be in my house at 3 o'clock in the morning, neighborhood pornography man. With Smee who's sitting there. Smee had every right to do that in there. Well, with him laying down there again. I can't see that as well. So he loses interest and he will not masturbate my genitals for me. Do you realize gooch wash is enough to get you put in prison for a very long time on that? Winding up on what Detective Pate did. That could be a threat of the dirtiest man ever to sexually be brought into a community. The most dangerous criminal bunch of men. And it's because they won't let you come into the police station. So there's what? Loose on the Henshaw Greenway. Also, it's correct, okay? There's what? It loose at 302 Sean Drive in McGregor. All these men have followed the woman in. Well, they could even need the mental health. I have no idea what that is. That's just the Tennessee State Services that get out and men like you run around doing stuff, which is why it's hated. Well, nobody needs a Huda. You see, they're from the same group. They're from the same cult. The incredible aggression of the Huda it.
You're not allowed to be. Well, you could be, lady, that aggressive a salesperson, Huda.
Yeah. No. I don't know how you're getting your men into things,
but apparently they have committed the swastika of rape, gang rape, pedophilia, domestic violence, kidnapping.
They scream about it because the best man ever to protect upon communities. A swastika corrections worker is not in your daughter's bedroom gang raping a refined man. Because Tony, the boneless, killer, penis, dangling, you're in shit and she said, caught right there. Think of that. They could never get in the heat of slithering animal. The card system employed. The beast incarnate. The wriggling. Yes, my dear, the vicious, shit-covered oozing mass of its animal sewer of a man. The Huda. The most evil sexual abuser and domestic abuser in the history of America. The lowest legal system. When we said
jurisdiction. Out of all of our courthouses, the dirtiest and lowest men said no to your gang rape together. All the local court systems in the lowest state and lowest country and lowest of human rights could ever see. We get all that because one vicious sewer predator. Every judge in every county in Arkansas. Listen, the governor and the elected officials have to intervene in North Carolina when the filthy thing wrongfully arrests you. Anyone around has to arrest Otis Toole because they can hear him talking about sexually assaulting children in the background of this. And you all got it. Apparently they can't have you bringing men like these into communities and then not holding them accountable. Your parents should have done more. No, that's my clitty booterist scratcher. It's out there, people. It can't be in here because the lowest quality that could ever occur. That is correct, okay? You brought, with the rest of the wonderful dump truck drivers, they apparently didn't like anything about the white trash filth. We're actually in a white trash filth kind of place, he says. When a hoodah it's bored, mentally retarded, penis dangling out, and stomach's urine shit, and swastika is the wriggling mass of the lowest swastika mass to crack on criminals. So, hideously low and criminal, the beast incarnate of the losing mass of the lowest swastika to ever exist. The Holocaust of every single bestial monster brought into a community. The incredible filth of the lowest the human race has ever shown in the skins of beasts and animals and crime and criminals. The lowest, poorest criminal corruption. I know, honey. Because a woman would speak about it. It's still mental health. Because Huda said that there. Huda was allowing you. Well, don't move to North Carolina if you don't want to be sexually abused. Huda, why is he doing all this all day? Do you realize what I've been through with these men? I don't care, little. In my McGregor, my oozing national body, the stinking shit show of his community. He works hard in his penis, dangling out of the, and the crusty, dusty, rotten thing. There's the pawn of the beast incarnate of the lowest crimes. Well, that's the viciousness. Of what? Of being a real man, getting a job, exploiting women and children, and slithering through communities, the bestial predatory body of the animal, John Wayne, the beast pig, Cody gang rape, the sewer rapist, and Smee, the incredibly nasty corrections worker you just can't do anything about. No, and Bob Pegler brought the lowest all-male pedophile, mentally retarded, schizophrenic nest of animals the world has ever had in relation to corruption, the court, crime. You lay off public sector in the school systems, the non-existing lowest criminal horror of the absolute white trash filth your court systems are. Then I dare say spam folder to that. Well, that's our official report. And nobody pick up this link. You have an official report on my stalking. Well, the mentally retarded Italian man with no college degree from Mr. Mendez's Plumbing wanted to do that in your house. That's as far as we could tell all it was. And no, it's the state. Yeah. It's an absolute schizophrenic like it nest. Huda, at what point did your replicating courthouse employee break the law in all this or something? At the point the man in the crime scene photos is a different one from the
one or the woman in. Oh. At the point you created evidence, you knew the evidence was created. Yeah, the dump truck drivers. See, I can't. You can't have men that are just going to bounce around. Who do you have to arrest these monsters? When I turned your lovely apartment in Cary. Well, this one's too small for me. Sweep it. For your penis diamond. This would be absolute entitlement. Yes, and give me that. The dirtiest sewer pig story in rat. The lowest men ever born. The stinking swastika mass of the beast incarnate. Of the lowest the human race could have ever shown. The incredible swastika filth of the lowest swastika America could ever harbor. A swastika of the lowest animals and crime to ever exist. The incredible filth of the Huda the Great. Well, maybe it belongs to Huda a little bit. What you need 7th grade education in Boca Raton, Huda? You need, it belongs to Huda. Give me that. The lowest, a schizophrenic, degenerate crackhead, so low from underneath the lowest predatory nest of criminal pedophilic men. It appears to be the lowest Dixie rat form of life to ever crawl out of handicaps and crackhood. The lowest degenerate, the lowest IQ in the room, as far as being a species, an alien predator species of crime and nothing but. Well, this could be actually our pamphlet for mental health services, right? Or something, she said. You don't, it could be a pharmaceutical rep, we're not sure. Well, you lady, the Huda, they want that I like to have life. Because Huda's dangling tears and anus spraying behind me. Is it about a demon sewer taken? It's also demon taken! And it's the lowest swastika of an animal! The stinking, shit-covered sewer of a mass of a predator! The lowest Nazi on the Nuremberg trial! It's anything ever so well! And the sewer of the lowest infrastructure since Nazi Germany! The monstrosity of the bestial animal! The lowest conflict state to ever exist! The demon gangrene bulbous purple penis, the demon animal! The still have its disgusting, monstrously low body! The animal! Say no and take it to jail. Because it dared to talk back to where in the South, my dear, where a demon sewer dick and wriggler, the animal it can crawl out of the lowest hood Mississippi ever had in it. And the vicious, scary, begging buck, pedophile corrections worker, the stinking mass of a sewer, open sewer, of the lowest criminal thing to ever crawl out of the lowest the human race has ever shown. Because the thing dared to go up to people in Boca Raton. Well, you go up to people to sell stuff. No, I'm always viciously predatory over that. The vile look Peter downward out of red shit-covered crackhead. If a crackhead came up to people on the street, I was attempting to pull them into cars. So it's always the lowest predatory because the great downtown Huda shit-covered oozing mass of the Lord open sewer of filth without Huda it. Well, this is actually an authority position for a schizophrenic absolute posing. Maybe some of these men are actually qualified. Maybe I actually do something down here to steal your tax dollars and things. Give me that, Huda. A university is the best place for jobs for Hudas. The dirtiest animal in the... It's a crackhoid thing from underneath the dirt downtown, as far as I can tell. It is the lowest predator to ever gang rape, sexually abuse, stalk. Never take no for an answer. It is the dirtiest,
sexual assailant and pedophile and predator. That is the lowest sexual abuse scandal anybody ever engaged in, which you're all happily doing with him. Still. The most dangerous, the swastika of the beast incarnate. You've also built an entire company infrastructure out of public sector out of it. You need to be shot for treason. There's never been lower predators brought into communities.
Why aren't you stopping Smee, the corrections worker from downtown Newburgh, running missing Carrie?
You don't have a predator problem, you have a Nazi Germany problem. Because one dared to say mental health wants his penis dirty, and then we have our downtown dirty, because this is a place for us, a place where pedophiles can't to say I'm not allowed in my school, so I have no credentials whatsoever, and my family won't let me babysit. But I'm definitely allowed in a school or a police station here, or as a corrections worker.
Do you know how rough a corrections worker is? A little compared to like Cary police, even.
Yeah, so the roughest guy in the world, your police department. I'm sorry, my barbed hook kindle child rapist mouth and shit spills anus because I dared scream my wriggling pedophilia behind the stinking lockdown monstrosity of the swastika of the lowest type of Richard Huckle gang rape pedophilia, and that phrase incredible because it's nothing but pedophilia.
Apparently their complete rejection, he said in the background, of everything the Huda is. Huda, the entire thing is nothing but down pedophilia. They actually take over the infrastructure in the school, and they literally just bring in Smee and a pedophile all-male faculty, and then they steal everything. They're the worst predators in the fold to ever happen in America. The replicating court employee saying no again, he said on him. I need Tonietto not using sexual assault devices on a tablet on an bunch of American families day and night and having lost all sense of time or reality or space. You lay off Mr. Sinclair's and Pegler heads. The dirtiest Zeeks to ever be brought into a community, the worst child sexual abusers, domestic abusers, mentally retarded men from a cult with no goddamn teaching degrees whatsoever. Well, you lady have been to youth camps. Okay, he does this one too. I've never been to youth camps. The Tennessee State Services corrections workers that are getting out and replicating all over the schools again. We all remember that. Why were we looking at all male employees that were so bizarre compared to what they should have been in the 7th and 8th grade in the American school, which had nothing to do with mental health? It was just all these men hanging out. Right? They always use mental health, downtown state services, who then, like this. Well, they finally said they aren't around. Bo Bridges threatens to take them to Eden, really, that would be. Not one of those men had an education degree. I cannot imagine. Really, yeah. The Zeke Pegler head thing that looks like a corrections worker administrator or some sort, where he's incredibly enforcement in narcissistic, symptomatic, incredibly antisocial, incredibly low, incredibly retarded, predatory personality disorders. Your entire life. Well, you have to get up early in the morning. Yeah, well, the man beats life into an absolute bloody rape ball. The man has been a swastika. The entire thing Anything that it would ever have anything to do or has anything to do, and every part of that group has no business anywhere it is whatsoever. Like it has no zero zip business. The police badge and the gang identifier is none of those men have any credentials whatsoever. None of the perps in the state crime there in the school systems have zero, zilch, or zip credentials. They do not have more than zero, zilch, and zip. If you are a man who has a college degree, that does not mean whatsoever you still have zero, zilch, and zip amount of credentials to be working in a school. Ew. They're kind of virile middle-aged men are running around. Well, high school students are. You head towards the middle school. It was some absolute lowest foul filth that came out of the 70s or something. I have no idea. But there has never been a lower predator or idiocy or the fact that they have zero, zilch, and everything else, zip, credentials. And again, that is correct. Having a college degree does not mean you have anything more than and nothing else. Even it's that ridiculously corrupt. Does not mean you have anything. And then these disgusting looking men. I've never seen, every single one of them was the most disgusting looking men all throughout high school. Yeah, and they were all male. Yeah. You have ever seen around children. Just a ridiculously low predator. There has never been a more ridiculously low predator. And you needed to check if any of them had bothered to take a certification for education. That goes for when we got back stateside. That sounds bad. That's why you should pick your battles against the swastika of public sector. Everything done and said. And it's so determined that, no, okay. But this belongs to Pulse with it. And who is Pulse with it? I don't know, but we're in the South, my dear. It is a white trash man that there's however many people that are Southern. No. That's a criminal that has no credentials. That started a company and is running around, but different companies in public and private sector. Really, you shouldn't drink coffee. You shouldn't do that there because Tony Edo was going to do that there. I mean, this is where Tony Edo was going to do that in there. That's who those men were. There has never been lower crimes on planet Earth than the incredible, hideous nature of bringing this in as a Stanford prison experiment infrastructure. There has never been the lowest swastika you could engage in as to the Holocaust and the purest evil. I know they murder your family and murder. There has never been a lower or couldn't be than putting the incredible filth of the infrastructure you toss up in every school system and anything else you thieving absolute white trash can get into. Or the incredible lowness of the men that are pissing neighborhoods that you brought into and your court system employs spam folder on the child right going on in the background. There has never been a lower criminal or crimes than those men commit. Then you because you gave them all like infrastructure in the school system, like all of it. There has never been a darker or lower day in America than bringing with the bizarre predatory freight. Well, they could be a threat on the school system employee. If anything happened to the lowest Nazi animal thing to ever exist, the lowest white trash, thieving, lowest class. I'm not sure where the elected government is. I don't think there is one because, well, we're Hoodas. We were Hoodas of administration, the most disgusting and ugly animal to ever exist. They would be vicious. If maybe it actually belongs to dirty, filthy, some kind of crackhead Negro from the hood in Greensboro that's a Southern. That's an absolute thief and has no credentials whatsoever. And looks absolutely white trash compared to everybody else. No, the lowest man is there's replicating incredibly foul Pegler Smee hits. I really have never been to youth camps and or have anything to do with youth camps. I was not great. I can do that. I can be a peeping guy because Huda in his community, this Michael's the most disgusting animal. Because Huda dared to do that. He's going to be in here. He's going to peep. He's the dirtiest neighbor. Oh, everything involves a Huda. Because Huda is at his courthouse. Yes, he's even down at the Wake County Courthouse all of these years in the darkest and most evil place that could ever exist. The sewer of the swastika of the schizophrenic, because Huda, the riddling beast incarnate, was allowed in the absolute horror to know a man and things as low as the lowest, most hideous criminal monstrosity that could ever exist. Because Huda did that a little bit in here. He lets Zeke, cool guy, other Zeke Townie, cool guy. We're popping up out of bed. The three filthy wet stooges, bandits, to head towards his high school today. What are the dirtiest, googly finale brothers gonna get into today? Apparently the weather report, according to everybody, instead of this. Yeah. Three stooges pedophile with bandits gonna be here today. Yeah, I'm absolutely positive. There apparently are no words that would be inappropriate due to the fact that it is John Wayne Gacy and Sanford prison experiment level of the lowest criminal infrastructure, the dirtiest, ugliest, lowest class, most ethnic looking old males to ever crawl out of the lowest a criminal sewer could possibly hold. Because worship's pedophile was allowed in your life. And came up to me at 11. They don't have mental health, and I always pass those special education and mental health evaluation. The actual state has mental health. Does that make sense, Huda? Their group, they're out of something, has something. They might have mental health somewhere. And then the actual doctor or hospital or something has mental health. Which for people like them, it's been a while since we ever see Huda Von Seward dudes on the TV. We see what, Hope Floats or something with a nice southern. Well, that's the reality of what a random man that puts you into his car and has you locked in his basement can do to the absolute altered, fractured universe, world according to Huda the It Man. The flying, spraying, sewer it pedophile with the pegler head, the dirtiest, sexually abusive, motivated, hey, not Jack Black, Bear County Jamboree freak, hanging out. Yeah, we're having the 70s. Yeah, we're going to go to the late next party down here. What do you think of that? Okay. The dirtiest and lowest predatory nest of cruising pedophiles under a cult, which is this like pamphlet. That place does the same pamphlet or something. It's absolutely schizophrenic. It's absolutely criminal. It's absolutely an altered state. Originally, it appears to be like a pharmaceutical rep pamphlet of some sort. Because they wanted to charge money for something. Is it mental health? It comes from that, and then it's like a scared straight program. Yeah. They don't actually have any mental health. And the psychiatric evaluators that are just everywhere around schools that are actually psychiatrists and things like that always say you're sane because there's actually nothing wrong with you unless you aren't. No. Because you're an ordinary, healthy person. And you really aren't insane at all. Yeah. Well, you know what they're doing that to our squinch-faced schizophrenic friends. Huda. Huda, Amanda Huda not doing this at the Casper's house day and night for 15 years. Did you not you always do that. Okay? Why are you shouting at me? Well, it's always Miss Casper. And we all are going to do that together. Because Huda didn't understand that Miss Cat, why are you pouring derision on Brandy for Christ's sake? Even. The man is sexually assaulting a child, so the woman called the police. He woke her up at 3 o'clock in the morning with an electrocution device and a body scanner that masturbates you, for Christ's sake. On the docket today, it's something that masturbates you. And that I think you're just having orgasms in your crazy sleep. Now, I'm being electrocuted and beaten to death, and the man is talking about sexually assaulting children 24/7, which I put appropriately, and you have to go, you have to stop this man having access to airwaves in Cary, not run around with it. You entered the premises with such absolute entitlement, all of you, and you're Shmee, the mentally retarded corrections worker. That's why they don't want you bringing that look into communities. It's or running loose in corrections by it. It's a middle-aged retarded man or something, which is dangerous. It's not like Okay? It's not like Down syndrome or something. We don't know that many retarded men. Also, you hire giant retarded men in mass. That is actually what that's going to be. Also, they're all like, these people are schizophrenics. They're retards. They're extremely low class. That is for under 18-year-old education. And then because you let the Department of Education get that so poor somewhere, if there's a big pile of dead bodies like somewhere as far as like the lowest state crime ever. Listen, I don't know what Huda does, but he's not allowed to immediate this. Literally, Huda does crap like this. That's why. It's not allowed to just immediately predatorily go back to doing something. Also, he's absolutely determined that he has to be in these offices. These offices belong to Huda. It's very important that Huda is in here. The Huda must be in here. You can't get any oversight. Your mother calls the police. It's confusing. Suddenly a criminal landed. It's not that confusing. Your parents very clearly were against but the incredibly vicious Huda predator. I bet he did say mental health. Again, they always say mental health, and he probably deserved it. It's just like part of their pamphlet. Like when they walk in the door, like Pegler had the assistant Huda principal, and these disgusting like Westworld character Huda. But I mean, we're in Boca Raton, Florida. Really, the administrators that were behind the desk were some of the weirdest looking men I've ever seen there. Also, that would have no reason whatsoever. It was just a zoot suit, lowest class crackwood something from anywhere. It's probably a court employee from Gainesville or somewhere weird. They said they on this. Really, yeah, they got out as a company and just terrorized America with that. Like the incredible, vicious, predatory. No, Huda is absolutely. It was like the same kind of monster as you. It was, well, maybe you deserve that. Nobody deserves that. You stole everything from me. Again, with that. Almost. Like just the incredible horror of that thing being loose in the community. The incredible stupidity. The incredible lowness. It was a retarded bunch of men again. It was like schizophrenics and retards, the same as this. On some kind of schizophrenic that got out from the hood downtown. I think that, there has never, I don't have a lot of schizophrenic and retarded men in my life again. So they need mental health, not the girls they're trying to molest. That's correct. Or the thing you don't like about, or they just do noticing they're mildly retarded men. Like en masse. No, for sure. Because the corrections worker is actually mildly retarded. So it's like the rest of these. The corrections worker. No, for sure. Those ones are all mildly retarded men. Like the one that's getting out and causing trouble. It's a middle-aged man that's got all the like domestic, some problematic issues of life. He can't follow a sexual harassment video. Oh, he's too much. He's too incredibly predatory and dominant and give me that. I mean, suddenly they have a problem as far as please and thank you and yes and no. And appropriate. Hi, I'm Lauren. It's nice to meet you. I'm from, North Carolina, and I live in Raleigh and Cary. Where are you from? Well, you should have to give your college degree back if you don't support. They always report. That means you weren't a very good girl. The reporter says these absolute filthy criminal rapists. And to say that about just the incredible low classness of, apparently they want them out of the public sector college education also. Everybody you talk to. The actual, it's just a man in a creepy white van with a ladder. He's correct. Yes, you're sitting there. I'm allowed to watch this. I cut every one of your phone line emails and calls back. Yeah. Okay. All day again. No. Even though so he's got a hostage hold up. You brought people in from the Department of Education that steal. They stole everything. Everybody says. You actually don't really have a college there. They do that to UNC and they could get through. They have a college kind of at NC State. They did actually steal the ballet class at the Y. Yeah, they're unbelievable. There are also these just predatory hood rats from it. The administration in the colleges is unbelievable. It's ridiculous. It's like crack hood rats. Okay, I don't know where the state Congress is. That's correct. It's not functioning because it's public sector. It's actually technically not functioning because it's got too much just nonsense corruption. It's not even nonsense corruption. It's got it's got like these guys that don't actually do their jobs at all that are crack hood rats. Once again, the gang identifier for the problems with NC State or UNC Greensboro, or you said that it's extremely poor quality, or like the public school down in the private school in Southern Pines used to be public. They like seized it to turn it private for no reason. Well, that way you could actually stay open even. He just stole it. It's actually supposed to be like, you know, and a Huda did it. The Huda it. Huda. I don't know what a Huda it is, but the thing is apparently up for, the Nuremberg trials, which is where it belongs. And can we possibly have the Nuremberg trials for these men to get them out of communities? They said it's extremely dilapidated, and it has, by comparison, really, or something, than what it should be in places. Well, they take tons of money. Why does it involve Mr. Dixie Carnival Barker at the fair? Well, we've always used that. He's a schizophrenic crackwood rat from the east side of Greensboro. He's no one. He's absolutely no one. Those men are.
Oh, Huda wanted us to pulse with it a little bit today. Pulse with it, pulse with it. Every millisecond of every hyper freak show. You shouldn't allow Huda to pulse. It pulsed the filthiest animal to ever exist because a Huda it was in it. But Huda doesn't have any credentials. I hear you do not like the sewer of the swastika of Hudastan. The schizophrenic freak show. Huda, you're not allowed to do that. Then you need to see what's like going on in Annie and the Wolves or something, like in that book. Or something. That man actually really sexually abuses children. Or that group of men does. So I have to have an infrastructure. You're not good at anything. You're out of administration because, again, as gang identifier and police sketch, you have zero, zilch, and zip credentials or reason to be in a college or in college administration. None. You certainly do not. I could find someone with an MBA, like the college degree thing in the high schools, which is actually correct. It's a little harsh. No, it's not actually a little harsh. It's actually just ridiculous. Slightly more. I mean, I don't know. Apparently, the absolute horror of the constant abuse by the incredibly corrupt and poorest quality criminals you bring into communities and school systems. And the absolute insult to injury and then crime sprees of the Sanford prison experiment. And the guards are extremely poor-ish quality. And the absolute monstrosity of what maybe you're not good enough for the idiot, the moron, and the retard, and the schizophrenic is correct also. You just having an MBA, like just having a college degree to teach, just means you have zip, zero, and zilch reason to be in a college. That's not what a college professor is. Well, you said that there, Lee. I don't. That's correct. I don't know if that man has a reason to be teaching. I don't really know them that well, or the situation that well enough to know. Oh, maybe they do. I mean, maybe that guy is teaching.
I'm not paying for the other guy from Arkansas to be in, we're not paying that much for you to coach Little League or something. You barely keep the lights on when we let you just fully go. You steal just everything. You just absolutely got everything. And you run all your dirty friends for jobs that are crackheads from the east side of Greensboro, that are pedophiles and stuff like that out of your group. Also, they're extremely dangerous. So we don't actually have a school due to schizophrenia, retardation, and corruption. No, not comparably, no. Well, it's actually for Southern people. Southern people say the same thing. They're using the facility, but it's whatever. Those men don't have anything to do with anything and shouldn't be in here. In anything. It's that they always are in here and they have in everything and they have nothing to do with nothing. They have zero, zilch, and zip to do with anything. Anything at all. I mean, if they say anything whatsoever, they have zero, zilch, zilch, and zilch. They just come from this big predator nation that came out on public sector study. Okay, and I always pass all psychiatric evaluation throughout the school system. But it does not belong to Huda. The Huda is not allowed in here. Huda, do you have anything to do with wealthy suburban neighborhoods right now, or are you violating every law known to God and man for no reason out of your court system employees? You are. Would you please get the men that created this evidence into custody already? He said, boy, did you have to investigate that technically, legally, is correct. He calls it that. They don't, to sexually harass my genitals when my schizophrenic sewer of a mouth, who is an absolute criminal poser, so incredibly low that no criminal poser lower has ever existed. No, I have to be around school children. I'm Mr. Pedophile. Also, there's money in there. Give me that also. Really. No, that's also like the quality of it. And I'm definitely allowed in gated communities. Oh, completely. Yes. In here, yeah, I know. You're Rice character. Predatorily offending against us. It sounds inflated, but it's not. I'm sorry you had such a terrible childhood. The problem is it's organized state crime and it's in my house right now. Otherwise I'd pipe down on it. It's not about the organized state crime or anywhere else that crime's allowed against, apparently, because it's crime, like I did absolutely nothing at all. And just the victim was just, how about can the 11-year-old from Boca that passed all psychiatric evaluation? His mother has also has passed all psychiatric evaluation, lives in a $500,000 house. There's a lot of mortgage payment on you people. I mean, how much money must you be flashing cash around people that, well, that's us, give me that. That belongs to also the children are in there. It's necessary I do that in there. I mean, the ugliest animal to ever exist, a pedophile. From the Richard Hucker, I'm like more in Jeff business. What's with all the court employees telling me no on the phone? She said, I just called your email list on there. They said they told me they can't get in here to arrest Richard Huckles either. Okay, in that. To say that we would bring men into the communities that commit these acts. Do they have any problems? I mean, otherwise the community looks pretty nice, except for the rapist in your swimming pool bathroom or the pickleball court or the squash court bathroom or something. Because, that they were talking about that there, I don't know. They're dark, there's a bathroom there, kids, please don't, be careful, there's lots of people in the apartment complex walking around the garden. Well, Lee, I bet he always does this. See, this is his hyper, brain pressure. He always does that. I bet you were raped in the booter in the pickleball court. I was not. Never raped in the booter in the pickleball court. But it made the you get arrested for that. I keep a record of every week of my life. 5 years I'm part of the Sun. I don't mean to downplay the incredible horrors. No, the Holocaust. No. Then I don't know what a incredibly sexually abusive and domestically abusive bunch of criminal males that were hired out of. Apparently, all those males standing around are incredibly dangerous to children. They're also incredibly low class and white trash. I wouldn't compare them. Well, I was electrocuting her a little bit because someone dared to defend the incredible filth. Well, that's who those men cruising around in here are. Yes, because we come from the courthouse now. We have taken over America. We always did. So they want to express themselves a little bit in music. No. Huda parenting, total state services, parent schizophrenics from like Huda Itland. Those are school needs to go back to wherever it came from, I guess. You know, where do you work other than that? Then that you have a Miley Cyrus accent. That you brought these. Huda, please get off the other person right now. My groom, my penis, I lost. Give me that and give me the money. The Huda it was allowed in here. Yeah. The incredible filth of the lowest sexual abuser of children and rapists and the lowest predators in the fold to ever exist. The lowest an infrastructure could hold. Do you have a Department of Education, Huda? Or do we just have replicating ghouls from the county courthouse down south? They've come to hate this country and the infrastructure debt. He said he called the police how long ago on her sexual assault, and they haven't come in here because this is Toyota's doing official law enforcement business. You are a county security guard. I'm sorry, so you handcuff criminals and take them to a jail that's rough downtown. Okay. And then you're supposed to have like a more white collar infrastructure groups. No, I'm gonna still do that. I don't care. Well, you lady, you don't usually. You're having a situation where, like, yeah, I get it. The wife beater or the perp goes on and on in their schizophrenic, retarded cycle. And you just get away from them. The cops arrest them, and that's the end of it. And you never see the guy again. Why is he talking to you? It's a schizophrenic crackhead who's talking really fast. Yeah. He always is combative, always screaming. You haven't gotten the amount of crime you put me through, the incredible amounts of hell you put me through. Because a Huda was in the house, is correct. It's this filthy Huda-looking thing that has zero zilch and no credentials whatsoever. That's pulling rank over like UNC Law School and Duke Law School and all of that. You did that to the entire world's legal system in that. Wait, because everybody called you on the phone. Like all of America's legal system said no. The evidence. Do you understand? The evidence is created. You're talking to the men whose jurisdiction it is who created this evidence because they're schizophrenic, retarded corrections workers who kidnapped you. Would you please get these men out of my house and out of McGregor? No, I'm still going to do that. They wouldn't let me in here to masturbate them. They told me to calm down even, but they didn't arrest me or them because they have the ability to tell me to calm down even. Yes, Huda's been here. Our great what? The judge who worked on this? What is this even? I think it has to be schizophrenic, like the schizophrenic man. So who's the heavy breather? Maybe Dennis Rader, the cop. Yeah. Okay, so a police employee. Yeah. Whoa! Wait, he's actually in police uniform? Well, that's why we can't possibly arrest him. Maybe, yeah. So Neville's a cop. Yeah. Well, where does Captain Brain Tumor interact, like, of death where does the schizophrenic puddle of goop that hangs out with Otis Toole molesting children day and night interact otherwise? That is a schizophrenic puddle of goop. To say that about a schizophrenic man is prancing around abusing authority is what it's called in a school. Yeah, okay. I'm very sorry. Things come up to you. Well, that was the 90s. You can't handle that. Was it's been the 70s since the 70s. The no sense of time or space or anything else, and the incredible criminal nature therein. I'm right smack dab in the middle of my right mind. There's, I'm just factually describing. You don't get to pull like a few good men or something. I'm not sure, but yeah, Huda the Great, and they could never find the proper office to get the incredibly low corruption that harmed their lives so badly. I did not let it derail me. It's a criminal. You brought an incredibly filthy bunch of criminal men. You brought pedophiles into communities. In your story, actually nothing whatsoever matters anywhere. And you brought predatory and pedophilic. You brought pedophile things. This isn't pedophilic. It's basically just pedophile things. Here's the hiring at the schools all throughout. Are they pedophilic? I mean, for the most part, it's just pedophile things, like a Richard Huckle business. But today, in Huda's pedophile things book. Well, I didn't believe that. We all remember that. Who was doing the hiring in the high schools? And why was I subjected to like the Orkin man and the townies? Is what those men looked like. And it was old male, and it took itself incredibly seriously. The colleges is just kind of whatever. I don't want. They appear to be pedophile things, so they're very interested in money, well-off neighborhoods. They just have a pedophile things company over there. They're interested in under 18. Are you telling me an over 18-year-old? That's how silly kids are. That's why I don't even care. I should have probably hired an actual teacher, like one anywhere. Obviously, I care. Yeah. I mean, I might have one somewhere, but it's not actually mine. Yeah. And I'm monitoring that. I got to go check on that. Yeah. That's actually correct. Yeah. That is actually correct. They're not interested in barely 18. Well, that is actually correct. That is actually the education system. Everybody out there, is it not? Not in ours. You're not in high school yet or middle school with your kids then. I'm not sure, interacting on a different basis somewhat, but it's still actually hideous. Well, that's why maybe we're in the county courthouse and we can stop Carrie out of the county courthouse. Maybe. Because law enforcement does go back and forth to there. Oh. So these men are actually, okay, so I'm just coming from the jail and the hood handcuffing team with security that's like, always around. That arrests any sort of crime in your community. And it's brought into a community. Are you allowed to talk back and shout at people this much anywhere else? I'm not doing anything. I'm telling you, for the 8th billionth time, I'm being sexually assaulted by something. Well, no, there's no need. You need to go check that. You committed incredible amounts of crime and you have to be arrested. And you are, in fact, just a man in a creepy white van with a ladder. You shout, it's a man's world. So you get to be crawling through a window in women's bedrooms at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is what this is about right now. You do also have access to the local school system, and you've all come out because of your employment. You're supposed to be on the Mr. Peepers watch list. That's the white collar, or not white collars, more than that's your superior officers. So you appear to have none, and then you have no infrastructure. That's supposed to be accountable. That's like Nevada knows, okay? Just don't break the law. The only thing police do is like the specific thing that's against the law. Wait, is it on to any specific things that are against the law? For example, when you're driving, instead of driving over the speed limit, well, I mean, it's not that exciting. Which is why they're not the people that own the smaller companies and things that are actual millionaires or whatever. I'm not sure. A contracting company that's that successful. Why don't you ask your brother? You need to know. My brother's friends that live in the millionaire. We're not supposed to. They don't want to be. I'm sure they. Oh, quite obviously, I'm here. Okay, the people who built the house at the end of the street. Yeah, that own like a factory equipment refurbishing, and also like kitchen refurbishing. Their family does or something. They built the $1 million house and moved into it from the one across the street. Yeah. Oh. Well, this has to do with what? No. I'm not sure. I think they're kind of like normal wealthy people or something. That's what I was going to say. He wants to scream about it also. Those are normal wealthy people who I have no idea. You can't be in here anymore. Well, there's money in there, so give me that. I'm tired of talking about you're John Wayne Gacy crawling through a window, and I need you out of my house. Yeah, those people have been around for or whatever. They haven't called the police on me since 1998. So my brother interacts with them all the time. I think that if you get in juvenile corrections, no, you just go to juvenile jail and you'll go to court. Okay? I don't know what these like men predatorily hanging out. Apparently, they do. In fact, that's correct. Where you needed to always in high school, we hire men because it's a man's world. They have zero, zilch, and zip credentials. I'm absolutely positive. I did fine in high school. It's just that's how bad whatever that infrastructure is. Really, it's a swastika. It's actually absolutely evil. You didn't have your whole family killed in the Holocaust or something. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, that's how bad a messes can be. I'm not a mess, but that is a infrastructure just monstrosity. The poor, can you imagine? No. Because that is correct. It's because a Tony and a Huda, there's no such thing as jurisdiction. Are you using it to knowingly commit a crime? Okay? That is not how lawyers operate. If somebody is knowingly committing a crime, if you have probable cause to believe you are knowingly committing a crime, which every one of you have been doing through the entire thing, you can see the point. Get off me with that thing. Yeah, that these men are like knowingly, yeah, of course, probable cause, but yeah, I still gonna commit the crime there, which is a terrifying criminal and animal. Yeah, the schools are a swastika, so is this. It's a jurisdiction. You don't deserve it. I know, and God would like me or something and stuff. You're raping children 24/7. If I get that sexual assault device, literally, I mean, you can be a slightly flawed person, which I'm a completely ordinary person. If we get that this sexual assault tool and device, do you realize how bad that is? That you have the Three Stooges, filthy wet bandits from Home Alone crawling through your window and casing neighborhoods in McGregor for all these years. If I get the sexual assault device somehow that they've raped fully 60% of the population and as children completely somehow, they have committed incredible acts. Whenever that thing lands, which has been cruising in different areas, for years. That is the worst bunch of men. Okay, so you're going to get sainthood or something. Yeah, I might actually. So if you can get the gang rape sexual assault device and the security offices that has raped at least 60% of the America fully and as badly as possible, and pedophilically and everything else. If you can somehow get that off the airwaves and in the never used again, the ordinary kind, like a Schindler's List kind. The lowest bunch of men to ever congregate. Did you run like all this hypocritical crap when instead of like running the, North Salem, New York high school, which was great, everybody said. I'm too little to be, miscommunicating about the rock and roll. I don't know, but you're definitely not the guys for that, and that's the conversation which makes it absolute idiocy. And overall, maybe criminal tendencies. The guy giving the lecture has the worst criminal tendencies ever, and is a schizophrenic man. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, pretty much. Insane stuff and nonsense. Their groups are all over everywhere. We think they're responsible for the people discussed, like their parents and the people going by with kids now, and everybody has to move their children to a private school or something, and then Huda must follow to the private school. Are you sure it's not important that the Huda is there? I don't know. I'm gonna turn this off and go take a shower. I do get out with John and Gacy in the shower. Try not to be so loud. Okay. Please get these men into custody now.